racers. Good morning, racers and race fans, and welcome to round number 6 of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday season here at Steeplechase Ski Resort as a part of X Racing. My name is Zach Bailey, and I'm joined in the booth today by Dan Bailey. Dan, how are you feeling going into today? We had a great day yesterday. What are you looking forward to this morning?
A lot of fun, excitement, and entertainment on round 5, the Saturday evening portion of this third doubleheader weekend of X Racing's Snowcross here at Steeplechase Ski Resort. What I'm looking for today is trying to learn and figure out how the slight falling of snow that we're experiencing today might impact the racing surface for the competitors, etc. So slightly different conditions compared to what we had last night. Last night it was cold. I mean, it's cold again today, but last night it was extremely cold and very windy. Today the winds have calmed down a little bit, but we do have a gentle and a soft snowfall. So it'll be fun to watch these racers and these machines readapt to slightly different conditions.
Yes, you can kind of see in the right-hand screen over there a little bit of the snowfall making its way down onto the racing surface here. You know, come to think of it, correct me if I'm wrong, in the now 6 rounds that we've had here, I actually don't believe we've had a race yet during active snowfall.
We've had blowing snow. We've had a couple of events where it has been indeed quite windy, which has put some snow up into the air. But yeah, I believe this is our first active snowfall of the 6 rounds that we've had here at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota. So again, slightly different change. The other thing that I'm looking for today is to watch these competitors and see who of those competitors learned perhaps a better way to attack the track. Last night, you and I, during our live stream, were talking about how a couple of the racers had really figured out how to get some speed and some smooth action at the end of the front straightaway. They come across the finish line jump, which is then followed by a 4-pack of whoops. And you had the astute observation last night that a couple of the racers were figuring out that they could double off of the finish line jump, and then a couple of them who were really comfortable, really confident, and a little bit quicker could then double again before singling out. It'll be interesting to see if more of the racers figure that out, if their sleds can handle it, if they can handle it, if they're ready for it. And what that did last night was, for those few who had it figured out, it did equate into a better drive into that first turn. They could carry a little more speed there, and they could carry better speed and momentum down that front straightaway into that first turn.
Yes, I mean, like you were saying, there were only, I believe there may have only been one racer who I saw double-double last night. Quite a few were, you know, doubling off the start-finish line, but only one, maybe two, going into the rhythm section that were able to double-double through. Haven't seen any quite so far this morning in the practice session, but, you know, as it's called, it's practice, probably not throwing all of your tricks into the book right away. But excited to see, you know, if the racers are going to feel a little more comfortable. You know, taking a look at the practice sessions this morning, we do have a few racers that weren't here last night that we've seen, you know, previously in some of the other rounds, but new to this weekend, as we do have a slightly different track going on. You know, same bean shape that we've had, same corners, but slightly different jump styles. You know, we've had these rhythm sections after the start-finish line most of the season. However, these are definitely a different type of rhythm section. I'd say it's slightly more aggressive than the ones we've seen recently. So interesting to see how these new competitors to this weekend will be able to tackle those obstacles.
The other thing that I will be looking for, or I should say another thing that I will be looking for today, and as we progress through the remainder of the Sunday Funday series this season, is how the youngsters continue to adapt. It's been fun watching the youngsters improve each and every round, some of them getting visually faster, some of them getting visually more comfortable, and as a matter of fact, it all starts with these next set of racers who are going to be rolling out onto the track, the ultra beginners, the youngsters who are just getting started on sleds.
Yes, which is a perfect transition. Before we get into the actual starting lineup for our first race, just want to send another quick reminder to our racers out in the grandstands. Race number 1 is officially on the track now, getting lined up. Race 2, 120 improved stock, should be in the staging area, along with race number 3, Pro 206, Super 225 Kids, and 200 stock 9 to 12. Race 4, Transition 8 to 10, Junior 10 to 13, and Junior 14 to 17 should also be in staging.
So those of you watching on the live stream may have caught some of the practice earlier this morning. These youngsters who are now coming out for the first 2 heat races haven't actually had a practice session, so we will give them a quick practice run on the abbreviated micro oval that does include part of the front straightaway, and then we will get into their first heat. But the interesting thing about these youngsters in the 120 stock and the 120 improved stock classes, they are using part of the main race circuit, and that includes what Zach and I were just talking about, the end of the front straightaway and those rhythm rollers. So these youngsters do get an opportunity to hone their skills on an actual portion of the race surface and some of those aggressive rhythm section rollers that are at the end of the front straightaway.
Yes, so even though they are doing that abbreviated version of the track, I'd argue that they have some of the most aggressive parts out there going through that rhythm section. So it's nice to see these kids try to tackle that obstacle. Some of these kids we were noticing yesterday going in between the rhythm sections, the jumps were actually taller than the kids themselves were. So interesting to see them work through those. But as we start to get ready for our practice session here, we'll take a quick moment to run through what our starting lineup is going to look like for these racers out here. We'll be starting off, we have 10 racers in the 120 stock class, including the 7 of Hudson Gemsey from Zumbrota, Minnesota, and Cook, Minnesota's Nash Betterly on the 22. Atop the 25B, we'll have Foley, Minnesota's Bodin Nelson, and Case Vidane from Delano, Minnesota is on the 33. On the 107 out of Millville, Minnesota, we have Felix Ryan, and Malacca, Minnesota's Hollis Hoskins on the 111. Benton Rolfe from Lake City, Minnesota is atop the 168 with Archer Ledford from Lake City, riding the 351. The 623 of 3-year-old Jack Labs out of St. Joseph, Minnesota, and piloting the 709 from Claremont, Minnesota, it'll be Colton Lance rounding out our 10-rider field in the 120 stock class. So these youngsters in the 120 stock and the 120 improved stock, as we already mentioned, will be running a slightly adapted micro oval, where the main oval is running in counterclockwise orientation. This micro oval is actually going to run clockwise formation. They will start where you see them now on the live stream, just before the finish line. They will travel east down towards turn 1 of the big track, but rather than turning left on turn 1, they're actually going to turn right to what would be their first turn. And then there's a frontage road just on the outside of the front straightaway. They will race that frontage road back up a bit of the hill here to just before the finish line of the big track and turn right again back onto the front straightaway. So they are using the second half of the front straight, but they are also using what Zach coined as a frontage road on the outside of the front straightaway as their second straightaway. So clockwise formation for the 120 stock and the 120 improved stock racers. We've still got them in their staging position here just before the finish line jump, and we will give them a couple of laps of practice here before we realign them for their first heat. And yes, while we give these racers a chance to get a couple practice laps in, this will be a perfect time to give a quick reminder of what our schedule is looking like. So today actually marks the halfway point of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season here as a part of X Racing. And we'll be doing something completely different for round number 7, which is our next race. Not only is it going to be at a new track, we will be leaving Steeplechase Ski Resort for a new track, Brainerd International Raceway in Brainerd, Minnesota, but it's also going to be on a different day. Instead of the typical Saturday-Sunday race we've been having for Sunday Funday, we will be doing a Friday-Saturday race. So we will be out there Friday, February 6th for round number 7 and Saturday, February 7th for round number 8 before we come back here for our final 2 races of the year at Steeplechase Ski Resort, rounds 9 and 10 on Saturday, February 21st and 22nd, and then we will round off the 12-round season for rounds 11 and 12 at Brainerd International Raceway for Saturday, February 28th and Sunday, March 1st.
Those of you watching via the live stream just saw one of our youngsters experience a slight tip over there on the final straightaway, even though this is practice. Track can still jump out and bite these youngsters there. You see him getting up on the left side of the track and on the left ski there before the sled finally went over. I am noticing that these youngsters are, I wouldn't say struggling, but they're finding out that first and second turn before they come back up that frontage road towards the main track finish line is a bit, I think it's a bit sharper than it was last night, and there's a slightly larger berm on the outside, the exit of what I suppose you could call turn 2 for them. So it's a little bit tighter. We did see last night they got kind of got blocked up a little bit there on that second turn before they came back up the frontage road, so it'll be interesting to see how these youngsters are going to adapt to a slightly tighter second turn.
Yes, I mean, it really is a true hairpin corner over there. Not a lot of distance. You know, these might be smaller sleds, younger racers, but still, it's, you know, quite a decent turning radius for them to make at the speeds that they're going during these races. So interesting to see how they'll be able to work through that. You can see right now we're getting everyone re-lined up. They had their couple laps of their practice session there, so now they've started to get a feel for the racing surface, the racing conditions, how their sleds are working this morning before they get into their first green flag race of the day.
Looks like we've got 9 of our expected 10 120 stock racers on the start line, so we will prepare to turn them loose for their heat race. Again, those of you who are new to Snowcross X Racing's Sunday Funday format, each class gets 1 heat race, and then each class gets 2 main events. So we'll actually run through the entire schedule, which is a 17-race schedule today, 3 times, and it starts with the heats. There's our first green of the day. Our youngsters, ranging in age from 7 to 3, are set loose on the front straightaway of the big track and preparing for this hairpin right-hand turn to get them out of the frontage road.
And we're going 2 wide into that first right-hand corner of the morning. One of our racers, quite a few of them getting piled up in that tight turn. Like we said, only 1 racer able to make it all the way through, and that is the 25B of Podin Nelson, your early race leader, with now a full lap advantage over the rest of the field. Now, you know, like we were saying, this is that sharp corner, and even now, Podin's barely able to get by all the way in that corner there. So it's definitely going to prove to be a interesting section of the track for these youngsters.
Yes, you do see that with young members of the motorsport community. They do tend to take a more inside entry to a turn and forget that that's going to transition them into a wider exit of the turn, and that's what we're seeing here. Some of these youngsters still trying to figure that out and still learn the best way to get in and out of a turn. That'll be an interesting point to watch as this day progresses, which one of these youngsters will figure out that maybe a slightly wider entry into that first turn will translate into an easier run around that sharp turn at the bottom of the hill there.
Yes, and I do see the white flag is out, so we have 1 final lap left to go. We're going to make this right-hand corner to our first checkered flag of the day, where we have Podin Nelson taking the win in the 120 stock class for Shima Exteriors, Jagger Construction, Biasio Nickel Barn, Nick's Electric, Put 'em Up Taxidermy, and CNA Pro Skis, among others. Podin taking the first heat race win of the day.
There will be many stories told, I'm sure, back in the pits between these youngsters, because we mentioned it pretty regularly last night, but that is one of the neat things about this sport, and specifically the younger aged competitors, is they are competitors on the track, but once that checkered flag flies and they climb off the sleds, they're a lot of them are best buds back in the pits, and they're running around chasing each other, having fun, and that's what Sunday Funday is all about, an enjoyable day on the sled, but also an enjoyable day hanging out with your friends. We get ready for race number 2, which will be 120 improved stock.
Starting lineup will look like this. We have 3 racers on the call sheet. Seems as though there's 4 out there, so we might be missing a name, but we have the 292 of Elliot Massman out of Sauk Center, Minnesota, and St. Joseph, Minnesota's 623 of Jameson Labs.
Cooper Schoen from Elk River, Minnesota will round out the 3 racers that we have on our printout with the 823 machine, and I'm speculating here, so I am kind of speculating, but perhaps the one racer who was not in that first group maybe has been bumped up into the 120 improved stock. So perhaps by process of elimination we might be able to figure out who it is, but we do have 4. And of course these 4 racers will get a practice session here to make sure that they are comfortable with the track before we line them up again for their qualifying heat race.
We'll give them just a moment here to make sure they are all situated before sending them out for their first practice session of the morning. As a quick reminder, race number 2 about to hit the track, 120 improved stock. Race 3 and 4 should be in the staging area as well, along with race number 5 for the morning, 200 stock 4 to 8, and race 6, transition 8 to 12 combined, should all be making their way up to staging now. And there we have the green flag, an early practice session leader, going to end up being the 292 of Massman. Now, just a reminder, this is just their practice session, so they're already getting the white flag here. Really just giving these youngsters a chance to get a feel for the racing surface before they go out for their heat race in just a moment. But looking at this class compared to the last class that we had there, they are both 120 stock classes. However, that first class that we had out there, the 120 stock class, is, as it implies, stock. Sleds in this class must run the following gearing ratios. Polarises have to be set to run 420. Arctic Cat, Yamaha, and Skidoo are set to run 410. They can alter gears, run a taller top or a smaller bottom, but the final drive ratio must equal what's called out. No studs are allowed in that class, and they must run a 6850 RPM rev limiter. That being said, now we're on to the 120 improved stock class, which, again, as the class implies, this is improved stock. They can change their gear ratios. They don't have to stick to those same runnings in the 120 stock class. Still no studs allowed in this class, and they must have that 6850 RPM rev limiter being ran. However, these are going to be a slightly elevated version of the machines that we saw during the last race. So now that they've completed their practice session, they're getting relined up here and ready to go for the first heat race, or for their first heat race of the day, race number 2.
Racers in this 120 improved stock class ranging in age from 5 years old up to 8 years old. Elliot Massman on the 292 is our oldest competitor. There's our green flag. 120 improved stock qualifying heat race is underway, and these 4 racers will head down the main track straight away and into that tight right-hand hairpin turn.
Getting a little mixed up in that tight corner. They're getting used to it. But all 4 are able to make it through unscathed with the 292 of Elliot Massman, your early race leader. 823 of Cooper Schoen, hot behind in second. Now, we saw in that first turn, Schoen did take the outside line. This time he opted for that deep inside, and it did not work to his advantage as he gets stuck, stalls in the corner there, which will give Massman a chance to pull ahead from the competition, but we've still got a racer right behind the 623 of Labs, hot on his tail, seeing if Labs might be able to make a move.
You can see that Schoen has got that sled refired, but he's about half a lap down to the trio who are battling for position. There's your race leader, going to take the flag around turn number 4, back onto the main straightaway of the big track, as now this 823 has issues again.
Schoen having some rough times in that corner there. Not sure, however, if it is related to specifically the corner or if maybe he might be having some issues, seeming that he's stalling in that same spot. As the checkered flag flies, though, it will be the 292 of Elliot Massman taking the heat race win in the 120 improved stock class. That is race number 2 of the morning.
Race number 3 will be Pro 206, Super 225 kids, and 200 stock. Those racers should be down in the start area. In staging, we'll be looking for transition 8 to 10, junior 10 to 13, junior 14 to 17. Those 3 classes in race number 4. 200 stock 4 to 8 is race number 5, should be in staging, and transition 8 to 12 combined. Race number 6 should be in staging as well. Here is your starting lineup for race number 3.
All alone in the Pro 206 class, we have the 25B of Podin Nelson racing out of Foley, Minnesota.
In the Super 225 kids class, 2 competitors, Waconia, Minnesota's Auburn Owen on the 17, and Buffalo, Minnesota's Easton Geyer riding the 99.
And in the 200 stock 9 to 12 class, we have Isla Board Shots racing the 398 out of Big Lake, Minnesota, and Stillwater, Minnesota's Hendrik De Bruin racing the 545.
So we will have a total of 5 sleds down in the start line, and once we get the track reconfigured here and get some of those tough blocks put into the correct position, we will be preparing to turn them loose. Quick apologies up front from myself. I think the weather is kind of getting to me, as I think I've got a bit of a cold start here. So if you hear me snorting and grunting, I apologize in advance, but we will muscle our way through the Sunday portion of Sunday Funday weekend here at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota.
And as we have another second here while we finish clearing off the bits and pieces from the mini track, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors super quick here. A few of our premier Sunday Funday sponsors. We have the Hunter Hoole Memorial Foundation, Steeplechase Ski Resort, Diello Excavating LLC, CNA Pro Skis, CF Moto, Fox Shock, Studboy Traction, Ruck Excavating, Aeroplex Corporation, and Husqvarna, all along for the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday Racing Series.
We appreciate all of you joining us on the live MBTV Sports stream today. Don't be afraid to share some links with your friends and let them know that they can watch as well. As a matter of fact, if you'd like to get involved, drop us a note, DM hashtag, and we will put your comments or your cheers for your favorite racer up on screen as the live stream progresses today. Another point that we always like to mention is if you've got a sled at home and you want to give it a shot, come join us. That's what Sunday Funday is all about, letting the racers and the sled heads have some fun.
And just like that, green flag racing on the big track is a go, and it's the 17 of Auburn Owen and the 99 of Easton Geyer. Drag racing down the line. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looks like slight advantage to Geyer on the outside. Yeah. And we've got the 545 of De Bruin sitting in third, but Owen is battling back to the inside now. Owen's now up to that top spot.
Auburn and Easton had a couple of great battles last night during the Saturday round number 5 portion of this weekend's doubleheader, and it looks like they have scores to settle with each other in a fun way. They're racing each other clean, plenty of separation between them, but they're flirting with some side-by-side action as they come to the line to complete lap number 1. Still slight advantage to the 17 of Auburn Owen from Waconia.
We've got that nice side-by-side battle up front. But look, we've also got a nice little battle raging in third and fourth as well between De Bruin and Borgshots. But up at the front, it is still slight advantage to Owen. Just about half a sled length gap between Owen and the 99 of Geyer. Geyer's looking to the outside. Now, he has been using this corner to his advantage, taking it wide, cutting down low. This time he's not able to do so with Owen on that inside preferred line, but he is going to have a nice drag up to the start, getting a little bobbly there, but now slight advantage to Geyer this lap through.
The thing that Easton did very well that time in the West End High Banks was running that outside lane, was able to keep his momentum up, and that transferred to a completed pass as he got onto the climb, which is the hill to get up onto the front straightaway. So a nice run there by Easton Geyer on the 99 machine as he's taken over the lead.
And taking it over, he has done in spades, as he is now a solid, well, I'd say 15-20 gap lead over the 17 of Owen, coming up on the rear end of the field as we get the white flag. One more lap to go.
Easton Geyer with the 99 machine, your overall race leader, running in the Super 225 kids class. The 17 of Auburn Owen holding on to the number 2 spot. And last time I checked, the 545 of De Bruin was holding on to the number 3 spot. Change for third or not, but Hendrick having a good run in this heat race in the 200 stock 9 to 12-year-old class.
Out of the West End High Banks, up the climb one final time. Checkered flag is in his sights, and Easton Geyer is a heat race winner in the Super 225 kids class, taking the win for Grumpy's Outdoors. Auburn Owen going to finish second, and then it is the 545 of Henrik De Bruin rounding out your top 3 overall, taking the win in the 200 stock 9 to 12 class.
Isla Borgshots with a 398 coming across the line as Bowden Nelson will pick up the W in the Pro 206 class on the 25B5 racers. A couple of laps. Race number 3 is put in the books as we get ready for race number 4. Transition 8 to 10-year-olds, junior 10 to 13-year-olds, and junior 14 to 17-year-olds.
Up next, race number 4. We're going to have a triple threat coming at you, 3 different classes. All alone in the transition 8 to 10 class, we have Cashton Nelson piloting the 25K out of Foley, Minnesota.
In the junior 10 to 13-year-old class, Zumbrota, Minnesota's Levi Rostad's on the 052. Mazeppa's Brentley Kruzmark is atop the 109.
And the 707 of Easton Norman out of Elk River, Minnesota will round out that junior 10 to 13 class.
Junior 14 to 17-year-olds, 2 competitors. Walker, Minnesota's Jackson Hadrava is on the 116.
And on the 521 out of Montevideo, Minnesota, it is Julia Olson.
6 racers. Heat race number 4 with a light snowfall at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota. There you see our 6 competitors getting ready for heat race number 4. 3 classes, as we've already mentioned. Transition 8 to 12, junior 10 to 13, and junior 14 to 17-year-olds. Skidoos, Polaris, Cats, all on the line. Green flag is waved, and away they go.
It'll be a drag race out front, but early race leader. Side by side, it'll be the 109 of Brentley Kruzmark and the 521 of Julia Olson. Julia Olson able to sneak by and take the whole shot in that first turn and lead the pack through the Send It squeeze.
Julia on that purple sled there is going to take the top spot as they're on the back straightaway now, headed towards the Black Diamond Drop, which is about a 40-foot descent from the plateau of the back straightaway down into a valley before they climb the hills again on the West End High Banks.
Right behind the 109 of Kruzmark, rest of the field in tow. We see the 25K of Cashton Nelson sitting there, among others. But take a look at that 3-rider battle at the rear of the field. Now, you know, they may be not up at the very front, but they are still battling it hard for those top spots in their positions as well. I saw them go into the Send It squeeze 3 wide that time by. And to put into perspective, the Send It squeeze, we call it that because it really does squeeze those racers down, goes from about a 50-foot width down to about a 15-foot width. So to fit 3 wide riders in that space is very impressive.
2-rider battle for 3rd and 4th, 2-rider battle for 5th and 6th. So remember, regardless of where they're running in the overall running order, they might be battling for an opportunity to grab a heat race win in their own class. It continues to be the 521 of Julia Olson out front and maybe separating herself just a bit from the 109 of Brentley Kruzmark, who's holding on to the number 2 spot.
Even spacing from 1st to 2nd and 2nd to 3rd. As it looks like that might be
116?
Yes, the 116 of Jackson Hadrava sitting in 3rd place overall. Now, our top 2 racers, Julia Olson on the 521, though the leader overall, she is leading the junior 14 to 17 class. The 109 sitting in 2nd overall is leading the junior 10 to 13 class. So even though both of our racers up front are separated by a distance there, they are both leading their respective classes as they pass the white flag. 1 more lap to go for Olson, Kruzmark, and Hadrava.
Yeah, look at now, we've got a solid 3-rider battle just outside the top 2, hoping to decide who's going to finish where in their respective positions. But it appears that Julia's got this one well under control. Perhaps the 109 of Kruzmark closing the gap a little bit. Julia gets out of the West End High Banks quicker. Checkered flag is out. Julia Olson will get the heat race win in the junior 14 to 17-year-old class.
Taking the win today for Olson Plumbing and Heating of Montevideo. Par Piping, Olson Custom Farms.
A rider off the sled right after the finish line.
Looks like that was the 116 of Hadrava.
Hadrava was able to cross the line, so does get that finishing position, but then a hard tumble there after the finish line jump for Jackson Hadrava from Walker, Minnesota on that Moto Pros Mazeppa. Kibikona Collision, 5-star auto, Popple Bar and Grill entry. There you can see him coming off the right side of that sled.
Got up on the side skis, couldn't quite wrangle it back in, but glad to see him up and walking right away. Race number 5 is going to be up next. Race 6, transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 7, plus 30 snowcross and 800 to 850cc open 18 plus. And race 8, kids ditchbanger 8 to 12 and junior ditchbanger 13 to 17 should all be in the staging area. But for race number 5, starting lineup will be the 99 of Rylan Betterly out of Cook, Minnesota, and Stewartville, Minnesota's Brooks Podin on the 105.
Archer Ledford out of Lake City, Minnesota's on the 119 as the green flag flies to turn this 11 entry class loose. Other competitors on the track includes Cade Vedin on the 133, Henry Rolfe with 168, Eli Book on the 312.
410 of Owen Lance out of Claremont, Minnesota. Jameson Labs on the 623, the 712 of Abram Schoen. Cooper Schoen on the 823, the 915 of Calvin Schrader round out your field with Cooper Schoen on the 823, your early race leader. The 410 of Owen Lance sitting in second, the 623 of Jameson Labs. Currently in third, but Labs putting a little pressure on Lance as we make our way through the West End High Banks.
Top three trying to pull away from a four-rider battle for fourth on back, but even that's starting to separate just a bit as we've got them single file from first through fifth, and a couple of two-rider battles for position as they complete lap number 1.
133 of Videnne sitting in fourth as we've got a side-by-side battle for fifth and sixth raging on as well. You know, we may have single-filed this race slightly, but we've still got close battles throughout. The 99 of Betterly putting some pressure on, making some moves, as now the 410 of Owen Lance still holding on to that second place spot behind the 823 of Schoen.
So Schoen takes a quick peek over the left shoulder, sizes up the competition, heads to the line to complete another lap as this 11 racer field has broken up into two distinct groups. The top four coming at you there on the speed shot down in turn number 1, and then the rest of the pack as they cross the start-finish line behind them.
Single file throughout the field, but our top two competitors starting to get a little closer. Lance is slowly but surely reeling in the 823 of Schoen. Looks like this next time by will be the white flag. Will one lap and some change be enough for Lance to reel in the 823 of Schoen or not?
Top two having a nice little battle. Then there's a tight two-rider shootout for third and fourth as well. White flag is in the air. We do have one rider struggling down in the first turn, so there's a local yellow flag there. You may have caught just out of the quarter of the frame. One of our track workers headed that direction to assist the rider. There you can see they've got that rider back on the sled, and the sled refired. Unfortunately, going a lap down as the top four are able to sneak by.
Looks like that had been the 105 of Brooks Podin that went down in 1 and 2. But out front, that was exactly what the 823 of Schoen needed, as he was able to get by unscathed, whereas the 410 of Lance got held up a bit in the traffic, which means checkered flag is going to fly for the 823 of Cooper Schoen taking the heat race win today.
I believe the 410 of Owen Lance was able to hold on for second. The 623 of Jameson Labs unofficially rounding out the top three in our 200 stock 4 to 8-year-old class. Heat race number 5 of 17 today.
Race number 6 will be up next with 4 competitors scheduled to make the call. In the transition 8 to 12 combined class, we have the 10 of Addison Schmeidecker out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, alongside Folly, Minnesota's 25K of Cashton Nelson.
Hobie Heineme from Prior Lake, Minnesota is atop the 101, and Easton Norman from Elk River, Minnesota will be riding the 707. This is transition 8 to 12 combined, heat race number 6. In staging, we're looking for plus 30 snowcross competitors, 800 to 850 cc open 18 plus competitors. That's race 7. Race number 8, kids ditchbanger 8 to 12-year-olds and junior ditchbanger 13 to 17-year-olds. That is race number 8. Race number 9, 200 open and snow scoot snow sport 88 to 92. So if those racers can all be in staging, we'll be able to load your gate quicker and continue these heat races. Right now, though, we're focusing on heat race number 6, transition 8 to 12 combined. All 4 of our starters at the start line.
And while we let the rest of our race number 5 off the track, want to take another moment to give a few shout outs to some of our sponsors here: Woody's Traction, Podin's Power Equipment, Hanko Utilities, Moto Pros, and Cannon Power Sports. Thank you all for being along for the ride for the whole 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season. Flagman gives them the sign, green flag is a go, and we are racing.
A dicey moment there as 2 of our competitors got locked together for a moment, or I shouldn't say locked together, a little contact there, but everybody able to stay in the seat and stay upright, and we race on into turn number 1.
Looks like it was the 707 of Easton Norman getting a little bobbly there. Norman is going to settle into second, but out front, it is the 25K of Cashton Nelson leading the charge.
Cashton was able to turn a solid run out of the gate and down the main straightaway into a lead position. 25K of Cashton Nelson, your early race leader, followed by that 707, then a bit of ground back to third, and fourth headed towards the finish line as well.
109 of Heineme sitting in third, the 10 of Schmeidecker rounding out your 4 sled field. As that battle still rages on up at the front, Norman looks down to the inside, still about 3 sled lengths behind as we make our way through the Black Diamond drop and into the West End high banks onto the front straightaway. Slight advantage this lap to Nelson still, but Norman is slowly but surely gaining.
Well, I tell you, Easton could see an opening there in the West End high banks to the inside. He wanted to try to stuff the nose of his sled up that inside opening, but quickly closed up as the 25K of Nelson brought that sled back down to the bottom on exit of the turn. That 2-rider battle at the front of the field rages on, though.
Still in close quarter proximity there as we make our way up and over the start-finish line jump for another lap in the books. Now we're slowly going to start coming up on the rear end of the field. We'll see if lap traffic might play into this race for the lead at all.
Easton Norman running second, just all over the rear tracks of your race leader, Cashton Nelson on the 25K, has looked, now I like what I'm seeing from Easton, has looked to the left, looked to the right, has tried the outside, tried the inside, so he's not just following the leader, he's trying to find a way to get up alongside him, perhaps throw a challenge at him. So Easton Norman on the 707 has not rolled over and given up quite yet as the white flag flies. One more lap to go for the top 2.
Just a couple turns separate our leaders from the checkered flag. Will Norman be able to mount this challenge in this heat race yet? Nelson with a great run out of the Send It squeeze and down the Black Diamond drop, now up to about a 4 sled length advantage, and that may have been all Nelson wrote as he's able to make his way out of the West End high banks and up and over the checkered flag for his heat race win.
What a nice battle there at the front of the field in our transition 8 to 12 combined qualifying heat race. We will prepare for race number 7, which will be our plus 30 snowcross and our 800-850cc open 18 plus class. In the plus 30 snowcross group, we've got Dylan Dorn riding the 5 and Mitchell Fruth on the 393.
And in the 800cc to 850cc Open 18 Plus class, it's the 72 of Nick Marsh out of Farmington, Minnesota. Logan Spletzler from Henderson, Minnesota on the 916. And Henderson, Minnesota's 921 of Jason Spletzler rounding out your field. 5 sleds, 2 classes for race number 7 as the green flag flies.
I'll tell you one thing that I did notice during practice is that Dylan Dorn, we've got a hard tumble here right after the finish line. Going to collect a couple of sleds there with a third coming in late.
See, the 393 of Fruth was one of those mixed up in there. Let's take a quick look at what happened here. They make their way up and over the start-finish line jump. And it looks like the first bobble was from Fruth. Unrelated, though, both crashes there. Weren't touching, weren't trying to get into avoidance spins. The other one was the 72, I believe that is, of Nick Marsh.
Wow, hard tumble there by both of them. Just before that incident, I was talking about how during practice it sure looked like Dylan Dorn has this track figured out. He was going double-double on the front straightaway, jumping off the finish line jump. Here is the number 5 coming across the line.
With a very large gap between him and the second place competitor. Looks like that's the 916 of Logan Spletzler sitting in second. Then the 921 of Jason Spletzler in third. Fruth, after that hard get off, still sitting in fourth. But out front all alone though, the 5 of Dylan Dorn holding on to a substantial lead in the plus 30 snowcross class.
So hair-raising moment to start off heat race number 7, but Dylan Dorn on the 5, having a solid run. Closing in on the tail end of the field there, is going to sneak underneath the 72 or try to. Nick Marsh going to knock down the race leader.
Making our way through the Send It squeeze there. Up that little double section that we have into the Black Diamond drop. as Dorn is about to put another solid lap into the books.
White flag will be on display this time for the number 5 machine. One more lap to go. And he's got no threat behind him as 4 of our 5 competitors really kind of got involved in that opening fracas there right after the finish line. Slowed them all down, and that just allowed Dylan to pull away. And he's got almost an entire lap lead on everybody. One sled actually going a lap down. So it will be the number 5 of Dylan Dorn picking up the heat race win in the plus 30 snowcross class. As he comes flying across the finish line, jump takes the checkered flag.
And one thing to point out in that one, we could see it at the very bottom of the screen there, but finishing second overall did end up being the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. One of the racers caught up in there. He was able to make up ground, get past both of the Splutzers, which is an impressive run after that crash that we saw there.
So that will wrap up race number 7 in the heat race portion of our program today. We'll get ready for race number 8, Kids Ditchbanger, 8 to 12-year-old class, and the Junior Ditchbanger, 13 to 17-year-old group.
In the Kids Ditchbanger 8 to 12 class, we have the 33 of Amelia Tesmer out of Millville, Minnesota, alongside Stewartville, Minnesota's Landon Podin on the triple nickel.
4 racers in the Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17-year-old class, including Reese Olendike from Cresco, Iowa, riding the Phil's Lawn Service number 5, and Callan Weebush from Mazeppa, Minnesota on the WDZ's 2, number 15.
We also have the 41 of Nora Tesmer out of Millville, Minnesota, and Montevideo's 521 of Julia Olson, racing for Olson Racing, BuyRaceShirts.com, CorePro, and CNA Pro Skis.
Green flag is in the air. Here come our race 8 competitors over the finish line. Top 2 side by side, and then a 3-racer battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th right behind them.
Looks like that may have been the 5 of Reese Olendike out front early with the lead. I believe the 41 of Tesmer might be sitting in 2nd currently, with close quarters right behind as our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place racers all side by side. We have a pass for 2nd. Will it stick though?
Oh, tight formation into the West End high banks there. I'm not sure. I don't think they actually touched, but heads up display of racing by the rider on the green sled there. So you can feel the challenge coming to the inside and let that sled drift just a bit wide, and made sure that both of them stayed apart.
Looks like that is the 41 of Tesmer sitting in 2nd, but not for long as we have a pass for position with the 15 of Weebush. Weebush now up to 2nd, Tesmer back to 3rd, but out front all alone and uncontested, the 5 of Olendike able to put some more space with a near full straightaway advantage over that no longer 3-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd, but more of a 2-rider battle for 3rd and 4th.
So you can see that Reese on that number 5 machine is in the zone, feeling the flow, and that sled is working well. Reese feels comfortable everywhere on the track, and even though it doesn't look like Reese is pushing it hard, just that comfort and smooth run is allowing Reese to pull away from the competition.
Setting a nice gap between him and that group behind him. He's able to, kind of zone in on his spot, make sure he's not over pushing things, but still securing that nice lead out front. The 15 of Weebush setting a little distance between himself and that battle for 3rd and 4th. The 555 of Podin coming across the line in 5th overall currently.
White flag is in the air. One more lap to go for Cresco, Iowa's Reese Olendike riding the number 5 machine. Final time into turn number 1 at the end of the rhythm rollers that complete the front straightaway.
Through the send it squeeze, up that double. He will make his way down the black diamond drop here, drive his way into the West End high banks, and one corner separates him from a heat race win. Phil's Lawn Service, Signs and Designs, Vates the place in front. It is Reese Olendike taking the win on the 5 in the Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 class. Weebush looks to stand in 2nd place for race number 8. Race number 9 is about to hit the track here, but in the meantime, race number 10. Leaf Spring and 600 Open 18 plus non-modern should be in the staging area, along with race 11, Ditchbanger 90 to 09, race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13, and race 13, Ditchbanger Twins and the Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational. Races 14 and 15 should be making your way up to staging soon. For race number 9, though, in the 200 Open class, 2 competitors coming at you. The 398 of Isla Borgshots out of Big Lake, Minnesota, and Hendrik de Bruin racing the Stillwater, Minnesota's 545.
In the snow scoot and snow sport class, we have 4 competitors in the lineup, including Addison Schmiedeker from Prior Lake, Minnesota, riding the 8, and Leo Schmiedeker, also from Prior Lake, on the 75.
On the 202 out of Foley, Minnesota, we've seen him out here a few times. It's Cashton Nelson making his way in the snow scoot class, and Carson Krochek on the 375 from Prior Lake, Minnesota.
It's like 5 of the expected 6 competitors made it to the gate in time, so we've got a battle of 5 on the big track here at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota. 200 Open and snow scoot, snow sport racers. Nice 4-racer battle there at the front of the pack, trying to pull away just a bit from the 5th place sled.
Looks like it's currently De Bruin, Borgshots, and Leo Schmeideker, your top 3.
2 sleds there got hooked together in the right-hand turn that brings them onto the backstretch proper. That allows the top 2 to pull away a bit. And your early race leader at the end of lap number 1 is
the 545 of Hendrik de Bruin leading the charge. Borgshot sitting in second, Leo Schmeideker in third, but he's got company right behind him. I believe that may have potentially been the 375 of Krochek.
Top 4 there. Got a nice little battle going. Even though we have 2 separate classes, they're still shooting it out for each and every spot on the track that they might be able to take. Are we going to go side by side into the west end high bank turn? Oh, they run out of room there as they come together. A slight slide banger as our 4th place sled actually spins out. The rear tracks coming out from underneath the racer there. Top 3 now, tightening things up. We have had a change at the front of the field. The 398 followed by the 545.
And then it looks like the 375 of Krochek sitting in third. Now your leader in the snow sport class, but he is holding on to that 200 Open class battle for position up there. Still Borgshots, De Bruin, Krochek, 1, 2, 3.
Once the 398 of Borgshots was able to sneak past the 545s, trying to open up a bit of a separation there, up to a couple of sled lengths advantage as they continue to race under green flag conditions across the finish line.
And Krochek really lucked out as well. He had been sitting in second with that battle with the 75 of Leo Schmeideker. Schmeideker going into the infield slightly, over-correcting on that turn, gave Krochek just what he needed to make his way by. And Krochek is now even past De Bruin. Krochek's now up to second.
Yep, we have had a change there for second and third as the 375 of Krochek moves up into the number 2 spot. We will see if Carson is going to be able to close the gap on Isla, maybe challenge for the overall lead. This time at the line, they will get the white flag. 1 more lap to go, and here comes Carson Krochek. Let's see if Carson's got something in it for this final lap.
Krochek taking that outside line. They're side by side into the left-hand corner. Krochek, your new overall race leader in the snow scoot class and in the overall.
Krochek races right across the front end of the 398 of Borgshots. Took that inside lane away in turn number 1, drag race down that back straightaway, and into the final turns before they head towards the finish line. They will be greeted by the checkered flag. It will be the 375 of Carson Krochek holding on for the overall W.
Krochek, sponsored by DLO Excavating and Demolition out of Farmington, Minnesota, taking the win in the snow scoot class. Isla Borgshots, sponsored by Climb, CNA Pro Skis, Prater Mountain Properties on the 398 will take the heat race win in the 200 Open class. That was race number 9.
Up next is race number 10, but in staging we'll be looking for our Ditchbanger 90 to 09 racers, junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13-year-old racers, and Ditchbanger twins, along with TSS 440 to 600 invitational competitors. But here's your starting lineup for race number 10, Leaf Spring and 600 Open 18 plus non-modern. In the Leaf Spring class, we have Dan Herzog from Rogers, Minnesota, riding the 28. Tyler Turner from River Falls, Wisconsin, has the 84, while Jack Mackey from Hudson, Wisconsin's on the 159. Curtis Turner, also from Hudson, will be riding the 284. Garrett Johnson out of Rogers, Minnesota, on the Foster Contracting 506. And Mike Herzog from Minnetonka with the Herzog Crane 714. All alone in the 600 Open 18 plus non-modern class, Plymouth, Minnesota's Nathan Crawford on the 104.
7 racers. Starter gives them the sign. Green flag is out, and away we go. It's a drag race onto the track proper. Early race leaders, the 284 of Curtis Turner, as he takes the whole shot through that first corner. A whole slew of competitors right behind him. On his tail, I see the 506 of Johnson in the mix there.
Side-by-side battle for third and fourth, coming up out of the Send It Squeeze and onto the back straightaway proper. The 506 of Garrett Johnson now up to third, and Garrett can almost taste the lead as he's now taken over second in the West End High Banks.
104 of Crawford back to third overall. Then it's the 84 of Tyler Turner. But don't look now, on the outside with a move for the lead. It is the 506 of Garrett Johnson taking over that top spot.
Strong run by Garrett as he's able to come from not quite the start that he had hoped for, but battle through the heavy traffic and get to the front of the field. So the 506 of Garrett Johnson, your new race leader.
284 of Turner trying to keep Johnson in his sights, but with a clean track ahead of him. Ooh, get a little bumping and banging there. Through the rhythm section, Johnson's able to stay on all skis, however. But that does give a chance for the 284 of Turner to hold on to him for a little bit longer.
Seen a couple of racers have some trouble on the climb. That's a bit of an uphill portion to get onto the front straightaway proper. And I'm not sure if the track is ripping up a little bit there. Perhaps the rollers that they have to get to are a little more aggressive and catching them off guard. You can see your race leader, the 506 of Garrett Johnson, really feigning to the outside of that front straightaway, or at least on the climb to the front straightaway.
Yes, looks like that's definitely the smoother portion of the climb. Johnson was able to take that section, kind of keep things a little bit more straight and narrow. It is still Johnson, Turner, 1 and 2.
Our speed cam down there in turn number 1 showing us 4 racers battling just outside the top 3.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
The tail end of the pack for position as your race leader, Garrett Johnson on the 506 takes the white flag. 1 more lap to go.
And man, Johnson has now put a decent-sized gap between him and the 284 of Turner. As he has fully turned this race around, he's gotten the flow with that clean track ahead of him. He's started to understand the best lines for him to run. And as he makes his way down the Black Diamond Drop and up through the West End High Banks, a checkered flag may be in his future. He sees it in front of him, and now he knows he's going to take it. The win going to the 506 of Garrett Johnson today for Foster Contracting. The 284 of Turner going to cross the line in second.
104 of Nathan Crawford, third overall, going to get the W in the 600 Open 18 plus non-modern class. That was heat race number 10, and we are past the halfway point of our 17 race schedule into race number 11. Here's your starting lineup for the Ditchbanger 90 to 09 class.
The 7 of Jory Cordes out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, alongside Buffalo, Minnesota's Tim Burskin on the 63, and the 77 of Tony Burskin out of Otsego, Minnesota.
Reed Zaborowski from Durand, Wisconsin brings the 175 to Steeplechase this morning. Ryan Brown out of Milford, Iowa is atop the 282, and Corey Heinemey from Prior Lake, Minnesota is riding the 395.
Piloting the 621 out of Hortonville, Wisconsin, it's Daniel Whelan. The 726 of New Prague, Minnesota's Lucas Holicky, and Jager Cordes racing the 731 from Duluth, Minnesota. Round out your 9 sled field in the Ditchbanger 90 to 09 class.
Numbers down a bit this morning for round 6 in the Ditchbanger 90 to 09 class. This is the first event, the first round of the 2025-2026 series where we have not had 2 heat races. for the Ditchbanger 90-09 class. We have seen a couple of these sleds experience some mechanical issues, and of course scheduling might be playing into it as well. So the first time this year that we've only had one group of Ditchbanger 90-09 racers. It's a very popular class. As the green flag flies, the drag race is on to get to the finish line first.
Jagger Cordes out front early with the race lead. A nice hop out of the gate. I see the 726 of Holicky in the mix as well. Who's got second, though? Looks like that might be the 282 of Brown, if I'm reading things correctly.
Ryan Brown holding on to that number 2 spot. Lucas Hollicky's had a great 2025-2026 season. Picked up a handful of wins already right now in this heat race. He's holding on to the number 3 spot as the top 2 try to pull away. And here's a challenge for the lead on the inside. The pass will be made into turn number 1.
Brown able to double through that first section of the rhythms. Was able to get him by Jagger Cordes. Nice and easy there. Brown up to the top spot. Cordes back to second. Holicky still waiting in the wings in third. Was able to clear the double from the finish line over that first roller, carry a little more speed and momentum onto the rhythm rollers at the end of the front straightaway. He's going to single out of those final 3. Hold on there. Almost seat bounced right off that sled, but the 282 of Ryan Brown will hold on to the lead for now. Let's take a quick look at what happened here. Up and over the start and finish line jump, a nice double going into that section before seat bouncing towards the end of the rhythm section. But now we're going to make our way through some lap traffic. One of our riders at the rear of the field off the pace right at the top. That's going to give Cordes a drawback slightly from Brown. He lost a little bit of ground there, not able to get by the lap traffic quite as quick.
Yeah, he was coming up with a head of steam just as that white sled got off the pace, so he in turn had to back out of it. And by he, I mean the 731 of Jagger Cordes. So Cordes back just a bit. Here's your race leader coming to the line to complete another lap and clearing that double off the finish line.
Now Brown, this is the first weekend we've seen him here, but he has had a solid weekend so far. A great showing out here. I believe he picked up a feature win yesterday. Top 3 in the other classes he raced as well. So he's had a solid weekend. He's looking to put a heat race win on the books as well for round number 6.
Getting ready for white flag display as your race leader on the 395 machine crosses the line. That is Corey Heinemey. I believe we've been calling the wrong number, and I apologize for that. It's the 395. Corey Heinemey, who's your race leader. Heinemey coming up that wall jump onto the back straightaway. Now the black diamond drop awaits, and into the west end high banks is your race leader, Corey Heinemey.
One final time, up and over the start-finish line jump. Checkered flag is in the air. Corey Heinemey is a heat race winner. Rewire, Rays, Sport and Cycle, and Rock Speed Effects back in that 395 of Corey Heinemey.
There's that moment that Corey had going into turn number 1 where we thought the seat bounce was going to toss him right over the front of that sled, but a nice save by Prior Lake, Minnesota's Corey Heinemey as he picks up a heat race win in the Ditchbanger 90-09 class.
Race number 12 up next. Junior Ditchbanger 10-13. 8 racers in the lineup for this one. We've got the 00 of Elk River, Minnesota's Charles Nagus, alongside Wesley Sweeney racing the 5 from Spring Valley, Minnesota.
On the 11 is Jude Slifka from Spring Lake, Minnesota, and Amelia Tesmer out of Millville will be on the 33.
The 72 of Bretley Kruzmark out of Mazeppa, Minnesota, and Elk River, Minnesota's 99 of Harrison Resnicek.
And rounding out this 8-rider field are Harrison Hurst from Spring Valley, Minnesota on the Southland Auto 499, and Landon Podin from Stewartville, Minnesota on the Triple Nickel 555. Green flag is out. We've got a drag race to the finish line. Who's going to be out front and get the whole shot in turn number 1?
I believe it was the 99 of Resnicek with the early race lead.
Out of turn number 2 and out of the back straightaway.
Resnicek out front, but he's got company about 4 sled lengths behind him.
Top 2 trying to pull away from 3rd, or maybe bring 3rd along with them. Top 3 maybe trying to pull away from 4th on back. There you see your top 3 headed towards turn number 1 via the rhythm rollers at the end of the front straight.
Just outside the top 3, we have the 5 of Wesley Sweeney leading a 5-rider battle for position. The triple nickel of Landon Podin rounding out your field.
There's your race leader in the West End High Banks. It is interesting when you walk this track just how high the West End High Banks are and just how steep that banking is, actually.
Little bobble from our racer in second. That's going to give a chance for our 3rd place competitor. Try to get up into the mix. It's the 499 of Hurst. Trying to make a move. They're bumping and banging through the send it squeeze. Hurst trying to do all he can to muscle his way up into that spot. Believe it might be the 33 of Amelia Tesmer sitting in second. Hurst able to battle back to the inside, make the crossover work. Hurst up to second.
All eyes on that 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd as they complete another lap behind your race leader, the 99 of Harrison Resnicek. Resnicek, I think, cannot rest and relax because that 2nd place sled appears intent on closing the gap, maybe challenging for the top spot.
Yes, now that that battle for 2nd has concluded, Hurst is setting his sights on the 99 of Resnicek out front. Up to the line, though. Another lap in the books for Resnicek, but look at Hurst. He is slowly but surely reeling in Resnicek.
Next time by, I believe it will be the white flags. They're still under green flag conditions, and they're closing in on the 555 of Landon Podin. So both these racers who are battling at the front of the field are going to have to figure out the quick and safe way around the 555. There you see our race leader going a bit wide, but the 2nd place sled also goes a bit wide. This time at the line, white flag is out, 1 more lap to go.
99 of Harrison Resnicek, 499 of Harrison Hurst, 1 and 2 as we make our way through the send it squeeze one final time in race number 12.
You see the rest of the field taking the white flag. Now we revert our attention back to the race leader, who's about ready to complete the final lap. Last time out of the West End High Banks and onto the front straightaway. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the heat race win will belong to the 99 of Harrison Resnicek. Harrison Hurst will make it an all-Harrison top 2 as they come to the checkered flag. That is race number 12. Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13-year-olds. Race number 13 is Ditchbanger Twins and TSS 440-600s in staging. We'll be looking for our almost to pro Podin Invitational competitors, our 600 Open 18 plus modern, Junior Open 18 plus and under competitors, Ditchbanger triples, Ditchbanger 203 to 216, and WSA classes 440 improved and X Open. But race number 13 will be our Ditchbanger Twins and the TSS 440-600 Invitational competitors.
In the Ditchbanger Twins class, we have 6 competitors, the 4Z of Alex Forsland out of Cambridge, Minnesota, and Jory Cordes piloting the 7 from Zimmerman, Minnesota.
Montevideo, Minnesota's Peyton Smith will line up on the 068 with Milford, Iowa's Ryan Brown riding the 282.
The 621 of Hortonville, Wisconsin's Daniel Wieland, and Nathan Ramshack out of Duluth, Minnesota on the 810 will round out your Ditchbanger Twins class.
As the green flag flies, the TSS 440-600 Invitational group includes Dan Herzog on the 28, Garrett Johnson on the 506, and Mike Herzog on the 716.
Early race leader going into the hole shot. It is the 068 of Peyton Smith, but he's got the 7 of Jory Cordes hot on his tail.
Cordes got his hands full with 2 additional competitors right behind him. As a matter of fact, the 7 being challenged for second now. A move to the inside changes positions for the 2nd and 3rd place racers.
621 of Daniel Wieland up to second now. And with him, another competitor able to get by the 7 of Cordes as well, this time with a move down to the inside.
So your top 4 changing positions.
Another lap in the books for Peyton Smith. 6:21 of Daniel Whelan moves back into third. Jory Cordes in fourth. Then it's the 282 of Ryan Brown rounding out your top five. The 506 of Garrett Johnson now up to that second place position. Johnson currently leading the TSS 440 to 600 invitational class. Smith making their way through the west end high banks. Johnson all over the rear side of that. About a 3 sled length gap as another lap goes in the books there. Will Johnson be able to reel in the 068 of Smith in these final few laps of the heat?
Smith has been pretty near bulletproof this heat race. You can see that separation from first to second as the snow continues to fall here in southeastern Minnesota at Steeplechase Ski Resort. The race leader will head into the West End High Banks. Oh, and the leader stalls. Change at the front of the field as they come down to take the white flag. One more lap to go.
Now, definitely not what Peyton Smith wanted to see. Moving back to second place overall. That being said, Johnson is racing in a separate class in the TSS 440-600 Invitational. So though Peyton Smith may have moved back to second, they are still leading that Ditchbanger Twins heat. But as racers, never want to see yourself go down a position, whether or not it changes your ending or not.
Garrett Johnson on the 506, your overall race leader. And here comes Garrett to the line as the checkered flag flies. So Garrett will get the overall win and the heat race win in the TSS 440-600 Invitational class, with the 068 of Peyton Smith holding on and rebounding from that engine stall in the West End High Banks for a second place finish overall and the win in the Ditchbanger Twins class. Heat race number 14, almost a pro, Podin Invitational competitors. Joshua Podin from Stewartville, Minnesota will be atop the 3 with Reese Olendijk from Cresco, Iowa on the number 5.
On the 15 out of Stewartville, Minnesota, it's Travis Haugstad and Robert Olendijk out of Cresco, Iowa on the 18.
Trumbull, Wisconsin's Mason Hale will be riding the 28X with David Raymond from Stewartville, Minnesota on the 151.
The 312 of Kyle Book out of Rochester, Minnesota, alongside Christopher Book racing the 670, also from Rochester, make up your 8-racer pack for race number 14, the Almost a Pro Podin Invitational.
Green flag is in the air, and it'll be a drag race to the line. The 18 machine of Robert Olendijk can't quite get the whole shot. He's on the inside of in the middle, actually, of a 3-wide battle for position. The 15 of Travis Haugstad there as well. Ooh, one rider's off the sled.
Looks like that's the 18 of Robert Olendijk going up and over in that left-hand corner.
So the visor popping off that sled as he took a wild ride in turn number 1. Here you can see them entering that first turn 3 wide with a 4th place racer right behind them. Sled goes up and over, high sider for the 18 machine.
The 15 of Travis Haugstad able to just narrowly get by that wreckage on the outside. But Robert Olendijk back up on his sled and racing once again. That's great to see.
There you see Kyle Book in the 312 in a 2-rider battle into the West End High Banks there. 312 machine of Rochester, Minnesota's Kyle Book leading that position. Good green flag conditions as Book is your race leader, even though that 18 machine is just ahead of him. After that tumble, that's Olendijk within threat of going a lap down.
Book's got company, though. The 283 able to make the pass for the lead. Looks like we don't actually have a...
Was that Hale in the 28X that snuck by?
May have possibly been.
Mason Hale on the 28X, I think, taking the lead away from the 312 of Kyle Book. Book back to second. There's the 670 machine of Christopher Book heading into turn number 1.
Up and over the start-finish line jump. Another lap in the books for the 28X of Mason Hale leading the charge.
Mason running an outside lane down the front straightaway, then dives that sled to the inside of turn number 1, lets it drift to the outside of the fall-away field short straight there between turns 1 and 2. Around that right-hander onto the back straightaway, and now the Black Diamond drop awaits. Mason Hale's going to come to the checkered flag. Heat race winner for Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Mason Hale on the 28X.
Able to make his way from middle of the pack up. Great to see for Mason Hale in race number 14. Race number 15 up next. All of our races for the rest of the heats should be in the staging area right now, but our starting lineup for race 15 will go as follows in the 600 Open 18 Plus Modern class. We have the 5 of Dylan Dorn out of Zumbro Falls, Minnesota, DJ Marsh from Farmington, Minnesota on the 38, and Montevideo, Minnesota's 068 of Peyton Smith.
Rounding out the 5-rider lineup in the 600 Open 18 Plus Modern class is Aiden Leonard from Lake City, Minnesota on the Ski-Doo 109, and Garrett Keel from Olwine, Iowa on the Keel Farms Myers Polaris 248.
And in the Junior Open 18 and under class, we have the 116 of Jackson Hadrava out of Walker, Minnesota, Carter Bastier piloting the 252 from New Prague, Minnesota.
And Gabe Heidemy from Prior Lake, Minnesota will round out the 3-racer lineup in the Junior Open 18 and under class on the 395. As you see, they've already gotten the green flag and they're carrying a lot of speed and momentum across the finish line, jumping into the rhythm rollers.
Early race leader, I believe, was the 395 of Heinemey leading the charge. Right behind him, it looks like that's the 109 of Aiden Leonard, sitting in second place overall, leading that 600 Open 18 Plus class. And we've got the 5 of Dylan Dorn right behind in third overall, and the 248 of Garrett Keel. Heinemey still out front, but the 109 of Leonard trying to make some moves to the outside as we make our way up the climb and over the start-finish line double.
Nice 2-rider battle there with the third place sled not too far behind as the 5 of Dylan Dorn tries to stay with the top 2. That battle for the lead is getting intense as 2 racers in 2 different classes giving it everything they've got. They separate just a bit there in the Black Diamond drop, but they close it up again in the West End High Banks. Now a drag race to the line to complete another lap and take the white flag. 1 more lap to go, and just like that, we've got a new race leader. The 109 of Aiden Leonard is out front. Leonard takes the top spot. The 395 of Gabe Heinemey back to second overall with a 5 of Dylan Dorn still holding on to third. One final time out of the west, headed east to the checkered flag that awaits, and it will be the 109 of Aiden Leonard getting the heat race win, with the 395 of Gabe Heinemey second overall, but getting the heat race win in the Junior Open 18 and under class. Race number 16 will be our Ditchbanger triples and our Ditchbanger 03 to 16 classes. In the triples class, we've got Robert Oldendijk from Cresco on the 18, Logan Fixdahl from Rochester riding the 50, and Darren Borgschatz out of Big Lake, Minnesota with a 398.
We have the 554 of Caden Haugen from Bemidji, Minnesota, Mazeppa's very own 965 of Nick Sonnabend, and all alone in the Ditchbanger 03 to 16 class, it's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth.
So we'll have 6 racers in the lineup, 3 of which are able to make it to the start line. We will wait for our starter to fly the green flag to turn them loose for heat race number 16. There's your green flag. It'll be a 3-sled drag race to the line. Let's see who's going to get out front first.
Looks like that may have been the 393 of Fruth leading the charge into the hole shot. Our other 2 competitors close behind in a nice tight-knit battle for second and third.
Fruth going to try and pull away with the early race lead. That two-rider battle for second and third on the back straightaway. A separation there is maybe 1 or 2 sled lengths, but they close the gap into the left-hand turn at the west end of the track, and it'll be a drag race to the line to see who's going to hold on to the number 2 spot.
The 18 of Robert Allendijk with the slight advantage up and over the start-finish line jump.
Allendijk running second there, third place sled right behind, so all eyes are on that two-rider battle for second and third as the 393 of Fruth continues to pull away.
Making his way down the black diamond drop into the west end high banks. And as he makes his way back up the climb through that rhythm section, Fruth gonna put another lap in the books. As the 18 of Allendijk goes down to third, we've got the 9 now up to that second place overall spot, leading that Ditchbanger triples class.
You saw the second place sled there get a bit right side heavy coming through the climb rollers up onto the main straightaway portion of the track, but he was able to keep that sled back down on terra firma with no issue there. Our race leader is going to cross the line to take the white flag. One more lap to go.
The battle for second and third still raging on strong between the 9 and the 18 of Robert Allendijk.
We'll see if they're going to give him another lap or not. I think they're going to display the white flag again. We will see. Checkered flag is in the air. And the 393, Mitchell Fruth will get the win. We're kind of watching our live stream and listening into the scores at the same time. Nonetheless, checkered flag is out to wrap up race number 16 as we get ready for our final heat race, the first portion of our Sunday program.
Starting lineup for race 17, all alone in the WSA X440 class. It'll be the 726 of Lucas Holicky out of New Prague, Minnesota.
In the WSA X Open 90-03 trail class, we have Garrett Keel from Olwine, Iowa on the 248, Ryan Brown from Milford, Iowa on the 282, and Jaeger Cordes from Duluth riding the 731. All 4 sleds are in the start line. Wait for clear track conditions, and we will turn them loose for our final heat race of the morning. Following this, a brief intermission, then we'll get into our first of 2 mains for each class. Green flag conditions on the track as the race erupts to find out who's going to lead lap number 1.
One of our racers stalling right at the end of the rhythm section, able to get it refired. So we will go 3 racers through the send it squeeze. The 731 of Jaeger Cordes out front early. I believe that might be the 726 of Holicky sitting in second, possibly.
.731 of Jaeger Cordes completes lap number 1. Looks like that red sled stalling again in the rhythm section. That's the 248 of Garrett Keel. Garrett refires it again.
Out front, though, Jaeger Cordes with a nice gap over the 726 of Lucas Holicky.
2 laps down in our 5-lap heat race for the WSA classes, 440 improved and open. 731 of Jaeger Cordes, your early race leader. And Cordes is growing the separation from his race-leading sled back to second, third, and fourth following.
Jaeger Cordes, another racer here that we see consistently week in and week out. Always near the top steps of the podium, taking quite a few feature race wins in the WSA X Open class, among others. along with the 726 of Lucas Holicky sitting in second overall, leading that 440 improved class. Got about an equal spacing back to the 282 of Ryan Brown in third, before we get back to the 248 of Garrett Keel, rounding out your field in the WSAX Open class.
This time at the line, white flag will be in the air for your race leader, Jager Cordes. One more lap to go. If Garrett Keel can figure out the issues with that 248, might be able to stay up there in the battles for position. He's had to refire that sled twice in just this heat race. Not quite sure what the issues were there. Some mechanical gremlins rather, under the hood of that sled. So Garrett and his crew going to be working on that machine before they come back out for their main event. Checkered flag is in the air right now for Jager Cordes on the 731. Cordes will pick up the heat race win in the WSAX Open class.
Taking the win for Henko Utilities, Lindsey Keene, State Farm. Jager Cordes win in the Open. The 726 of Lucas Holicky will take the win for North Central International, JT's Bar and Grill, and CSI Maple Grove in the WSAX 440 improved class. And that right there brings us to a close for our heat race action for round number 6 of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season. We're going to take about a 25-30 minute intermission here before we get back to racing action right around 12:15. So around 12:05 for our racers here, we will begin staging. So start getting ready in about 20 minutes to make your way up. In the meantime, we will go quick hear a word from our sponsors.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out.
Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thanks.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat, and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellercells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Ready to make a splash this summer? Grab your friends and head to River's Edge on the scenic Apple River. Whether you're looking to float the day away, camp under the stars, or catch live music and weekend events, River's Edge has everything you need for an unforgettable time. Book your tube, campsite, or party package now. River's Edge on the Apple River. Your summer starts here.
Attention in the pit area. We're going to start calling racers up to the staging area. Race number 1, 120 stock. Race number 2, 120 improved stock. If those racers, parents, etc., can begin getting those racers into the staging area. Race number 3, Pro 206, Super 225 kids, 200 stock 9 to 12-year-olds to staging, please. Race number 4, Transition 8 to 10, Junior 10 to 13, and Junior 14 to 17 to staging. If we can get the first 4 races, all competitors into the staging area, that would be great. Those of you who are in race number 5, 200 stock 4 to 8-year-olds can start making final preps. And if you'd like, head to the staging area as well. So again, first call for racers to staging for our first main event of the afternoon.
Check 1, 2. Second call to staging for our first 4 races of round number 1 of main events. So race 1, 120 stock. Race 2, 120 improved stock. Race number 3, Pro 206, Super 225 kids, and 200 stock 9 to 12. And race number 4, Transition 8 to 10, Junior 10 to 13, and Junior 14 to 17. Should all be making your way up to staging as we are hoping to go green flag racing right around 12:15. So just about 3-4 minutes from now, we are hoping to go back to green flag conditions. So first 4 races of the first round of main events, please make your way up to the staging area now if you are not already there. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Third call to staging for our first 4 races of the first round of main events. Race number 1, 120 stock. Race number 2, 120 improved stock. Race number 3, Pro 206, Super 225 kids, and 200 stock 9 to 12. And race number 4, Transition 8 to 10, Junior 10 to 13, and Junior 14 to 17. Should all be in the staging area now. We are hoping to go green flag racing in just a few moments. So once again, the first 4 races, please make your way over, as well as track workers. I see we have a few of them making their way out now. We are hoping to go green flag racing momentarily. Good afternoon, racers and race fans. Welcome back. We have completed our first intermission of the day, and as you can see, we have also started to bring out our first feature race of the day. Race number 120 stock, is about to hit the track here for feature race number 1.
We mentioned this earlier, that one of the unique scenarios about X Racing's Sunday Funday program is that all the competitors get a heat race and 2 main events, especially on the Sunday portion. A slight scheduling change last night with the winds whipping through. We went to just double mains for the 120 stock class, but a heat already in the books for all these racers. Now their first of 2 main events. In the 120 stock class, we have 10 entries, including the number 7 of Hudson Jemsey from Zumbrota, Minnesota, the 22 of Nash Betterly from Cook, Minnesota.
Heat race winner, the number 25B of Podin Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota. Delano, Minnesota's Case Viden on the 33.
Felix Ryan out of Millville, Minnesota is riding the 107 with Hollis Hoskins from Mylacka on the 111.
Benton Rolfe piloting the 168 out of Lake City, Minnesota, along with Archer Ledford, also out of Lake City, Minnesota, on the 351.
Jack Labs from St. Joseph's on the 623, and Colton Lance from Claremont is on the 709 as they are released. First main event underway for our 120 stock class. They'll make that tight right-hand turn at the end of the main straightaway of the large track and begin the process of climbing back up the hill to get to the right-hand turn back onto that main track straightaway.
Podin Nelson, your early race leader, but we've got the 107 of Felix Ryan and the 168 of Benton Rolfe hot on his tail in a nice little 2-rider battle for second and third.
I liked what I saw Felix Ryan trying there, a slightly wider entry. Oh, but then Felix gets pushed off track. He's going to take a right-hander and redo turns 1 and 2. So falls from a battle for the lead all the way back and out of the top 5.
Saw a couple of the racers do that last night as well, and an interesting maneuver there, but Podin now still has a little slight advantage over the 168 machine of Benton Rolfe, still sitting in second.
25B of Podin Nelson, your race leader. There you can see a couple of our youngsters battling 3 wide almost on the front straightaway, headed back towards that right-hand turn to get onto the frontage road. Heavy traffic there, 2, 4, 6, 7 sleds, all on the same portion of the racetrack.
One of our riders out there, going off the track a little bit.
Up and over the berm there. Track worker is going to help get that sled back onto the track proper.
Looks like that was the 111 of Hollis Hoskins, taking a slight detour there.
Hollis, a 4-year-old out of Mylacka, Minnesota, on the CNA Skis 111 machine. We get Hollis and his sled. First get Hollis' sled back on the track and then get Hollis back on the sled.
But take a look at this. Your race leader off to the side.
Checkered flag has already flown, so we will welcome these youngsters back towards the pit area to wrap up their first main event in the 120 stock class,
which will bring us to race number 2, 120 improved stock. We've got 3 competitors. We had 4 during the heat races. We'll see if we have all 4 coming out again for the mains, but we had heat race winner, the 292 of Elliot Massman out of Sauk Center, Minnesota, along with the 623 of Jameson Labs from St. Joseph, Minnesota, and the 823 of Elk River, Minnesota's Cooper Schoen. So it looks like just our 3 scheduled making the call. Our 4th mystery rider from the heat not showing up.
Yeah, I think I was correct in my assumption earlier during the heat race that we had one of our 120 stock racers miss the gate for their heat race. Ooh, as our top 2 are battling side by side. Ooh, that is some heavy duty bumping and banging there in the battle for the lead. So we're back down to the correct number 3 count of racers for the 120 improved stock class as our top 2 continue to bump and bang, with the 623 of Jameson Labs holding on to the number 3 spot.
Cooper Schoen using every ounce of muscle he had there to move into that top spot. Massman sitting in second now, with Labs rounding out our 3 sled field as we make our way back onto the main track proper before taking that hairpin onto the frontage road.
A wide spin around that right-hand turn for the 823 of Schoen. Did have to get his feet on the snow there for a bit, but he's back on the sled and retaining his hold on the lead. White flag is out. One more lap to go in this first main for the 120 improved stock racers.
Final time through that tough hairpin corner. Schoen goes wide, but he's able to keep it on the main track. One last turn separating him from glory. The checkered flag is gonna fly. And Cooper Schoen is going to take the feature race win. Massman going to finish second. Labs rounding out your top three for race number 2.
Tip of the cap for 5-year-old Jamison Labs there. Was able to stay with the top 2, so a pretty tight group of all 3 of the racers there through that first main event run. Some spirited battles for position early in that before they went single file and raced their way to the waving checkered flag. That's race number 2. We'll get ready for race number 3's first main event. This will be our Pro 206, Super 225 kids, and 200 stock 9 to 12-year-olds.
But before we get to that, while we take a moment to deconstruct our mini track, I want to just give a quick shout out to a few more of our sponsors along the ride for the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday season. Grandpa Bob's Real Log Cabins, MBTV Sports, Bikeman Performance, Caliber, Speedworks, USI, Staging Pro, O'Mara Motorsports, Chopper Power Sports, Power Lodge, Waldock Customs, and Bodywise Chiropractic.
On the track, getting ready for the start in the Pro 206 class, Bowden Nelson riding the 25B. In the Super 225 kids class, Auburn Owen on the 17 and Easton Geyer riding the 99.
In the 200 stock 9 to 12 class, we had the 545 of Hendrik de Bruin and the 398 of Isla Borgshots out of Big Lake, Minnesota.
Nelson in the Pro 206 class, racing with support from Dustin's Tile, Black Label Graphics, Ruck Excavating, Veller Insulation, also Rocks Speed FX, CNA Pro Skis, amongst others.
Hendrik de Bruin, sponsored by Sarah de Bruin State Farm. Isla Borgshots, with some help from Climb, CNA Pro Skis, Prater Mountain Properties, and the best sponsor of all, Dad's Wallet.
There is our flying green, and all 5 of our racers are away from the start gate, headed towards the finish line jump.
Early race lead looked to be the 99 of Easton Geyer, your heat race winner. The 17 of Auburn Owens sitting in second. And then it's the 545 of Hendrik de Bruin rounding out your top 3. Just like we saw in the heat race, Owen goes down to the inside trying to make a move on Geyer. Not going to be able to do it this time around. Geyer lives one more straightaway in the lead.
This is the way they have run through the weekend, battling at the front of the pack. Auburn Owen on the 17 and Easton Geyer on the 99. Easton got off the start line quickest and was able to get to the finish line jump first and get the whole shot into and out of turn number 1 first. And Geyer continues to set a quick pace on that number 99.
Geyer looking pretty solid through these straightaways. He's able to gain a little bit of an advantage over the 17 of Owen. A little space before we get back to the 545 of De Bruin and the 398 of Isla Borgshots.
So De Bruin, running 3rd overall, is leading the 200 stock 9 to 12-year-old class, as Owen and Geyer, both racing in the Super 225 kids class, are running 1-2 overall. So Geyer, your race leader overall and leading the Super 225 kids class.
Another lap in the books for Easton Geyer, as he is setting a nice pace with that clear track ahead of him, taking a peek over his shoulder, seeing how much of a gap he has before we get back to the 17 of Owen in second.
There's Owen coming up over that wall jump. Auburn out of Waconia, racing the 17 machine, holding on to second place. Was able to spend some time early in the heat race out front of the field and had a good run yesterday as well. This time at the line, white flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Easton Geyer, your race leader.
Check out Geyer getting a little bit of air underneath his front skis there through that rhythm section. Just because these are those smaller sleds doesn't mean that they're not able to get a little bit of speed and distance going on them, as now Geyer moves up on the rear end of the field. The 25B of Bowden Nelson leading that Pro 206 class. Gonna go down a lap here as Geyer cuts down to the inside. One final time through the west end high banks, up the climb to the front straightaway and start finish line jump. Checkered flag is going to fly for Easton Geyer on the 99, taking the win for Grumpy's Outdoor. Auburn Owen going to finish second in the Super 225 kids class, and rounding out your top 3 overall, taking the win in the 200 stock 9-12 class, it is going to be the 545 of Hendrik de Bruin.
Race number 4 will be our transition 8 to 10-year-olds, junior 10 to 13-year-olds, and junior 14 to 17-year-olds. First, we'll call the following races up to staging. Race 5, 200 stock, 4 to 8-year-olds. Race 6, transition 8 to 12 combined. And race 7, plus 30 snowcross, 800 to 850 CC Open 18 plus to staging, please. Starting lineup for race 4 includes Cashton Nelson on the 25K in the transition 8 to 10-year-old class.
In the junior 10 to 13-year-old class, we had the 052 of Levi Rostad out of Zumbrota, Minnesota. Mazeppa's very own Brentley Kruzmark on the 109, and the 707 of Easton Norman from Elk River, Minnesota.
As the green flag flies to release the pack, the junior 14 to 17-year-old class includes Jackson Hadrava on the 116 and Julia Olson on the 521. Julia was able to get the whole shot in the heat race as our first main now is underway. Look at that, 3 wide at the tail end of the field as they head down towards the Send It Squeeze.
Olson having a little bit of a rough start there, currently sitting in 5th overall, trying to make up some ground. Looking down to the inside of the 052 of Rostad, not able to make the pass right there, so trying to make up some lost ground on the front straightaway here.
Well, that was a heavy 5-pack of competitors battling it out for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th as they lose touch with the race leader, who's able to pull away and stretch the advantage. There you see the 116 machine of Jackson Hadrava with the overall lead in our first main event.
Hadrava finished 3rd in the heat race, and now he's got quite a lead here as we go back onto the front straightaway. Sitting in 2nd, it's the 109 of Brentley Kruzmark. Julia Olson, your heat race winner, sitting in 3rd.
And remember, Julia started this main event way back in 5th.
Exactly. She's made up some lost ground here, but Nelson is going to say, I might have something to change things up. He was looking to the inside of Olson, seeing if he can take back that 3rd place overall position. Olson able to fight back on the outside, though, and live to see another day in 3rd.
Boy, Julia getting some good air there, jumping off the flats of the back straightaway, down the Black Diamond drop into the valley there, and she's got some speed as Julia's going to try and challenge for 2nd overall, comes up alongside the 109 of Brentley Kruzmark.
Side-by-side battle going into Fall Away Field and the Send It Squeeze. And it looks like Kruzmark is going to hold on to that 2nd place spot.
Boy, I tell
Olson
you,
still battling back.
Julia had that inside lane there, and I thought she was going to be able to parlay that into a pass. Couldn't quite make it stick, but she does make it work in the Black Diamond drop. Takes over the number 2 position in the overall running order on the 521.
Olson now up to 2nd. Kruzmark back to 3rd. Still leading the junior 10 to 13 race. White flag is out though. 1 more lap to go as Kruzmark battles back down to the inside.
Bentley's like, I saw you down there on the last lap. I'm going to give it a try. Can't quite get up alongside of Julia. Settles back into 3rd, but he's got the 4th place sled to contend with as well.
All the while, Cashton Nelson looking at 4th, but the checkered flag flies for feature race winner Jackson Hadrava taking the win today. Olson going to finish 2nd, and it will be the 109 of Kruzmark holding on to your final podium spot.
That wraps up main number 1 for race number 4 competitors in the start gate. Now race number 5, 200 stock, including Rylan Betterly from Cook, Minnesota, riding the 99. Brooks Podin from Stewartville, Minnesota on the 105. Archer Ledford out of Lake City atop the 119.
On the 133 out of Delano, Minnesota, it's Cade Viden. Henry Rolfe racing the 168 from Lake City, Minnesota, and Rochester, Minnesota's Eli Book on the 312.
Owen Lance with a 2nd place heat race finish out of Claremont, Minnesota. Will come back for more with the 410. Jamison Labs out of St. Joseph's on the 623, and Abram Schoen from Elk River riding the 712.
Heat race winner was the 823 of Cooper Schoen out of Elk River, Minnesota, and we also have the 915 of Calvin Schrader from Faribault, Minnesota.
All 11 racers in the start gate. Green flag is in the air, and away they rip.
Drag race down the line. Out front early, though, the 623 of Jamison Labs finished 3rd in the heat. He says, I want to take this feature race home, though. Going to take the whole shot early on.
Or is that the 623? That might be the 623.
Yep, 623 of Labs out front.
Sorry.
823 of Schoen sitting in third.
I get those two numbers. They're so small, they looked the same for a moment there. I apologize. So 623 and 823 running 1-2.
Single file as we've got a second place competitor trying to make a move on the inside of Labs. One racer down on the front straightaway.
I'm not sure if that was a tumble or if just the sled quit there on the climb trying to get up to the Hail Mary Highway, which is the front straightaway. That was the 168 machine of Henry Rolfe.
No, 168 of Henry Rolfe sitting in second right now, trying to make a move on Labs. The 823 of Schoen still holding on to that third place spot, but we've got company right behind us. Now our top three are tightening up a bit.
Side-by-side battle for second and third. The 823 on the outside lane there. Can't quite make it work.
Rolfe still going to hold on to that second place spot, but Schoen is all over him. He's looking outside, he's looking inside, he's seeing what might work. All the while, the 623 of Labs is able to grow a little bit of a distance on that battle for second and third.
I like seeing the 823 of Cooper Schoen throwing some body English onto that sled there, hanging off the left side in that left-hand turn to try and get as much of that weight to the left side of the sled as possible. Meanwhile, the 623 of Labs continues to set the pace out front.
Labs, our youngest racer in this class, trying to show the elders that he can play with them as well, as another lap goes in the books for the 623 of Jamison Labs.
We've been focusing on that three-rider battle as the white flag flies, but not too far behind him. A two-rider shootout for fourth and fifth. One final trip around the Steeplechase Ski Resort modified oval for our snowcross competitors.
Making our way through the Send It Squeeze, up that little double section before we get to the Black Diamond Drop. Half a lap left to go before we come to the checkered flag.
It sure appears that Jamison Labs got this one well under control. Final trip up the climb to the finish line. Checkered flag will fly, and Jamison Labs, your main event winner.
Taking the win today for JK Monuments, Agricool, AKA Electric, BK Distributing, and Little Benz. That is race number 5. Race number 6 about to hit the track. Race 7. That is plus 30 snowcross, 800 to 850 cc open 18 plus. Race 8, kids ditchbanger 8 to 12 and junior ditchbanger 13 to 17. And race 9, 200 open and snow scoot snow sport should all be in the staging area. Races 10, 11, and 12 should begin making your way up now. But starting lineup for race number 6 will be the 10 of Addison Schmeidecker out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. And heat race winner out of Foley, Minnesota, it's the 25K of Cashton Nelson.
This is, of course, the transition 8 to 12 combined class. All 4 racers in the start gate, including Hovey Heineme from Prior Lake riding the 101 and Easton Norman from Elk River on the 707. This was a fun class to watch in the heat race earlier this morning when Cashton and Hovey and Easton and Addison were all battling for position as the green flag waves, sends them up onto the front straightaway, and immediately we've got 2 of them trying to pull away.
Nelson out front, Norman sitting in tow in second. The 101 of Heineme sitting in third, just a couple sled lengths behind, but the closest battle is up front, only about a sled length separating Nelson and Norman out front.
Nelson and Norman quickly establishing their hold on that 2-rider battle for the lead as they begin to pull away a little bit from Heineme in third. Separation, maybe 1 to 2 sled lengths, maybe 3 as they get to the line to complete lap number 1. This is transition 8 to 12 combined.
Through the rhythm section, both racers opting to take a little bit more outside line for a deeper cut down to the inside before we get into the Send It Squeeze and make our way up that double section to the Black Diamond Drop.
There's your race leader and your second place sled, both catching a little air, at least under the skis. They get around that left-hand turn at the west end of the modified oval, and they will complete another lap at the line.
Now for this transition 8 to 12 combined class, so these sleds, they have a restricted throttle kit, not to allow more than 50% throttle opening. must be installed designated to throttle kit part numbers supplied by the brand. The exhaust valves also must be blocked in the shut position. ECU must be restricted for max RPM for each manufacturers. The Skidoos are 6,500, Polaris 6,600, Articat 6,600, as well as a primary clutch RPM engagement must be restricted for each manufacturer. So these are, as we're getting up the ranks, a little bit bigger, but still have those restrictions on them because these racers are, under the age of 12.
3 laps in, 3.5 if you count them on the back straightaway. Still the 25K of Cashton Nelson. Cashton looking smooth and comfortable on that sled here in this transition 8 to 12 combined class, and is actually beginning to pull away just a little bit from the 707 of Norman. This time at the line, white flag is out, 1 more lap to go.
Making our way through some lap traffic. Both of our top racers able to get by nice and clean. Still about 2 sled lengths separating Nelson and Norman out front. But with half a lap left, might not be enough time for Norman to mount a challenge. He's going to duck down to the inside, see if he might be able to get it through the Black Diamond drop.
Norman got a face full of roost there as they came through the low portion just after the Black Diamond drop. Battle up to the finish line. Checkered flag is out. Cashton Nelson will back up the heat race win with the first main event win. Easton Norman across the line in second. Hovey Heineme close third with Addison Schmideker on the 10 machine, rounding out the running order in fourth. That brings race number 6, main number 1 to a close. We get ready for race number 7, plus 30 snowcross, 800, 850cc open 18 plus class.
In the plus 30 snowcross class, heat race winner was the 5 of Zumbro Falls, Minnesota's Dylan Dorn. Right behind him, Mitchell Fruth after a hard get off on the front straightaway. Finished second on the 393 out of St. Stephen, Minnesota.
In the 800, 850cc open class, Nick Marsh is on the 72, Logan Splitzer on the 916, and Jason Splitzer on the 921, as they're already down into turn number 1. Race leader trying to square it away with a bit of an advantage, and a 4-racer shootout for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Dylan Dorn out front early like we've seen all season long. 916 of Splitzer and the 921 of Jason Splitzer sitting in second and third respectively. But Fruth able to get by, pass for third, and now he's up to second. Fruth is on the move, hunting for that top spot.
Mitchell on the 393 was able to work from the inside, let that sled slide to the outside exit of the West End High Banks, and was able to move into the second place position in the running order. So it's Dorn and Fruth, followed by the 2 Splitzer sleds.
We're single file throughout the pack, but we've still got some close battles raging on. Only about 4 sled lengths separating second and third, maybe 2 sled lengths between third and fourth. But out front, giving everyone else a run for their money, the 5 of Dylan Dorn, putting on an absolute clinic in the plus 30 snowcross class.
Steady snow falling here at Steeplechase Ski Resort. It's not a heavy fall, it's not a heavy snowfall, but it has been a steady snowfall all morning long, as you see the number 5 of Dorn complete another lap, still under green flag conditions. Dorn all alone in turn number 1.
A near full straightaway separation between first and second has developed. Second to third now down to about up to about a half straightaway gap. Closest battle on the track between the 4th and 5th place riders, but another lap in the books here for the 5 of Dylan Dorn. 393 of Mitchell Fruth. Had a rough heat race in this class, already looking a little bit better in the feature here.
White flag is out as one of our racers almost goes topsy-turvy coming out of the West End High Banks there, is able to wrestle that sled back under control. Final trip out of the West End High Banks for your race leader, the number 5 of Dylan Dorn. Dorn is headed towards the waving checkered flag in a main event W.
Dorn taking the win today for Skidoo, Woody's Traction, and FXR. Fruth going to finish second and taking the win, third place overall in the 800 to 850cc class. It is the 916 of Logan Spletzer for Anzoil, CNA Pro Skis, Woody's Traction, Brazil Automotive, FXR, Arlington Napa, and CSI.
Race number 8 is in the start gate. Kids Ditchbanger 8 to 12-year-old class and Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17-year-old class. Amelia Tesmer from Millville will be riding the 33 in the Kids Ditchbanger class. Landon Podin from Stewartville, Minnesota will be riding the 555 in that same class.
In the Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 class, heat race winner was the 5 of Reese Allendike out of Cresco, Iowa. Mazeppa, Minnesota's very own 15 of Callan Weebush finished second. Then we got the 41 of Nora Tesmer, Julia Olson on the 521. Green flag is out, and we are racing with 5 of our scheduled 6 competitors.
One rider sneaks out to the early lead as they head into turn number 1. Right behind them, side-by-side 2-rider dance for second and third.
Reese Allendike out front early, just like we saw during the heat race. And we've got that 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth raging on right now. Believe that might be the 41 of Tesmer sitting in second, the 15 of Weebush in third, rest of the crew in tow behind.
Weebush on the green sled was able to improve positioning by 1 spot in that opening lap, up to third overall. And the 555 of Podin will round out the running order.
Single file throughout our 5-rider class, or 5-rider race right now. But out front, Allendike putting some extra space between himself and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, there you can see the separation that Allendike's been able to build just the first 2 trips around the X-Racing Oval.
Down through Fallaway Field, our 3-racer battle for second, third, and fourth. Not quite raging on right now, but a little distance between them, but still the closest positions to each other on the track. Weebush still in third. Tesmer sitting in second, splitting the difference. The other Tesmer right behind in fourth before we get back to the triple nickel of Landon Podin. Up and over through the Send It Squeeze. Tesmer with about a 3 sled length gap over the 15 of Weebush in third. As another lap goes into the books. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our racers. And out front, having it easy, the checkered flag is going to be flying for your feature race winner, the 5 of Reese Allendike, racing for Phil's Lawn Service, Signs and Designs, Vaith's the place in Podin. Going to take home the win today in the Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 class. That was race number 8. Race number 9 up next. Race 10, Leaf Springs 600 Open 18 plus. Race 11, Ditchbanger 90 to 09, and race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13 should all be in staging. Race 13, Ditchbanger Twins and the TSS 440 to 600 Invitational, along with race 14, Almost a Pro Podin Invitational, should all be making their way up to the staging area right now. But for race number 9, your starting lineup will go like this. In the snow sport class, heat race winner was the 375 of Carson Krochek. We also had the 8 of Addison Schmeideker, 75 of Leo Schmeideker, and the 202 of Cashton Nelson. In the 200 Open class, taking the top spot in this class, it was the 398 of Isla Borgshots from Big Lake, Minnesota, and Hendrik de Bruin out of Stillwater, Minnesota on the 545. Out front early, race leader is going to be Hendrik de Bruin on the 545, but we've got a couple of snow spoots Snow Scoots close behind in second and third. We've even got our fourth place competitor trying to get into the mix as well. Believe that's the 375 of Krochek in second, the 75 of Leo Schmeideker in third, and Board Shots sitting in fourth, trying to make a way around Schmeideker. Single file through the top four as the first lap officially in the books for the 545 of Henrik de Bruin. De Bruin, Krochek, Schmeideker, Board Shots, 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of space before we get back to the 8 of Addison Schmeideker. Equal distance between first and second and third as the 398 of Isla Board Shots is able to make her way past the 75 of Leo Schmeideker, move up to third place overall. Now setting her sights on the battle raging up front for 1 and 2. It's still De Bruin out front. Krochek in second. Now, though Krochek might be in second place overall, he has the race lead in the Snow Sport, and as I said, he's able to make the pass for the overall race lead. The 545 of Henrik de Bruin, though back to second place overall, still leading that 200 open class. Krochek, De Bruin still 1 and 2 as it stands. And Krochek able to put a little bit of distance between himself and De Bruin. Krochek, De Bruin, Board Shots, Schmeideker, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As we make our way through the rhythm section, white flag is out. One more lap to go for the 357 of Carson Krochek. Down the Black Diamond drop, through that little rhythm section, around the West End High Banks. He's going to put Schmeideker down a lap as the checkered flag flies for Carson Krochek, taking the overall race win in the Snow Sport class. The 545 of Henrik de Bruin going to finish second overall, taking the win in the 200 open class. Board Shots going to finish third, Leo Schmeideker fourth, and Addison Schmeideker rounding out your 5-racer field for race number 9.
Race number 10 is in the start gate, Leaf Spring and 600 Open 18-plus non-modern class. In the Leaf Spring group, we've got Dan Herzog from Rogers riding the 28, Tyler Turner from River Falls on the 84, Jack Mackey out of Hudson on the 159, Curtis Turner from Hudson on the 284, Garrett Johnson from Rogers is running the 506 with Mike Herzog from Minnetonka on the 714. And Nathan Crawford from Plymouth on the 104 racing in the 600 Open 18-plus non-modern class. Wait to make sure that the track is clear before we turn them loose with a flying green flag. Starter waves the green and away they go.
Out of the start gate, early race leader looks to be the 84 of Tyler Turner, but down to the inside, the 284 of Curtis Turner able to make the move, split through the difference in the middle, and get the whole shot.
Had them 3 wide there as they came across the finish line jump and into the rhythm rollers. Nice, safe entry into turn number 1 by all of them. Still heavy traffic from third on back as the 284 of Curtis Turner tries to fend off a challenge now by the 84 of Tyler Turner. The Turners battling side by side.
506 of Garrett Johnson down to the inside, trying to make a move for that top spot. Not quite able to do it on the front straightaway here. We'll see if Fallaway Field and the Send It Squeeze might be able to be Johnson's spot.
I think it's going to play into the running order. There you see the 284 and the 506. The 506 of Garrett Johnson running second in that 2-racer battle for the lead. Both of them in the Leaf Spring class.
But just like that, Johnson able to move his way through. Johnson now with the slight advantage over the start-finish line jump. Johnson up to that top spot. Curtis Turner back to second, just like we saw in the heat race. Right behind them, we've got a nice side-by-side battle. Slight advantage to the 84 of Tyler Turner in third. The 104 of Nathan Crawford currently sitting in fourth overall, leading that 600 open class.
Yeah, that's a 2-rider, almost a 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the overall running order as the 284 of Curtis Turner continues to try to hold on to the race leader, the 506 of Garrett Johnson.
Johnson, Turner, Crawford, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a 5th place racer getting into the mix as we're near 3 wide on the front straightaway.
That is a good one. That is a nice battle. 3 wide down the front straightaway.
We even have a nice 2-rider battle right behind as well, so we've got close proximity all over as the 104 of Crawford almost goes up and over the edge there. Able to save it just in time, though.
You know, that would live up to the name of that straightaway that connects turn number 1 to turn number 2, the fall-away field. If they were to blow the banking there on the outside of that send-it squeeze, there's an even steeper hill that awaits. So a long tumble could be had by whoever blows the berm. One more lap to go as the white flag flies for the field at the finish line.
Final time through the west end high banks, up the climb, onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is going to fly. Garrett Johnson is a feature race winner today. The 284 of Curtis Turner going to have to settle for a 2nd place position. But who's got that coveted 3rd spot? It was a 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And it looks like it's going to go to the 104 of Nathan Crawford, rounding out your top 3, taking the win in the 600 open class. That was race number 10. Race 11 up next. Race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10-13. Race 13, Ditchbanger Twins and TSS 440 600 Invitational. And race 14, almost a Pro Podin Invitational, should all be in the staging area. Races 15, 16, and 17, the rest of our mains should be making their way up to staging now.
All 9 of the racers in the Ditchbanger 90-09 class on the start line, ready to go, including Joey Cordes on the 7, Tim Burskin riding the 63, and Tony Burskin on the 77.
175 of Reed Zaborowski, Ryan Brown on the 282, and heat race winner, the 395 of Corey Heineme.
Dan Weiland's riding the 621, Lucas Halicki with the 726, and Jaeger Cordes riding the 731. Again, 9 racers in this Ditchbanger 90-09 class. A slight wait here as we allow them to tend to the east end of the track. Looks like we might need a helping hand to get one of these sleds up and over that wall jump and back towards the pits. Can't quite see the number on the racer there, so.
As we have a second here, let's take a quick moment to go through and thank a few more of our sponsors for helping us out for the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday season. Playstead Companies Incorporated, Rugged Radios, Rock Speed Effects, Thomas Snow Sports, Fly Racing, Professional Mechanical Services, Olson Plumbing and Heating Equipment, Quality Freight Rate, Custodio Home Group, and Olson Power and Equipment, all along for the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season. If you or someone you know are hoping to join along as sponsors for the ride for the season, we are always taking sponsors as well, always looking to open up some sponsorship opportunities here through MBTV Sports and Racing X's Sunday Funday. Feel free to get in contact with either X Racing or MBTV Sports for your chance to promote your local or area business. And speaking of the 2026, 2027, and 2025 seasons, MBTV Sports currently booked for all of 2026. However, if you are looking to get on the calendar for 2027, feel free to reach out to Matt Bull at your earliest convenience as spots are booking up quickly.
Mike Herzog there on the 714 machine, getting a helping hand from our track crew. Not quite sure what the mechanical issue is with the 714, but he's going to get a helping hand and start the process of pulling that sled back towards the hauler. That's why we're under a bit of a delay here before we can release the competitors in race number 7.
with Herzog off the racing surface. And all good to go. I believe we will be going back to green flag racing here in just a moment. Flagman checks out the riders. Everyone's ready to go, except one. We've got one still trying to restart things here. Now he's good to go. Flagman gives him the look. Green flag is out and away we go.
Top two, top three battling for the lead as they get to the end of the front straightaway, head into that first turn. Heavy traffic all the way through the field, so solid competition in our Ditchbanger 90-09 class. Top 5 in the mix, top 7 maybe there as well.
Jagger Cordes out front early in the lead. Couple of sleds in there as well. We've got a nice 3-rider battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Side by side for 2nd and 3rd. That gets decided as they exit the West End High Banks and head towards the Hail Mary Highway front straightaway. Change in position there.
The 395 of Heinemey sitting in 3rd, 282 of Brown in 4th, and we got the 726 of Holicky rounding out your top 5. Out front all alone, though, Jagger Cordes setting the pace and holding on strong.
There was a whole lot of air from our 3rd place sled there coming into the Black Diamond drop. Just set sail from the flats of the back straightaway.
That's the 175 of Reed Zaborowski in 2nd. But as I say it, Heinemey's able to make a pass on the inside. Heinemey up to 2nd, Zaborowski back to 3rd.
So the 395 of Heinemey taking over the number 2 spot, and that started on the back straightaway right about here, where Heinemey was able to get the speed, put some air between the sled and the ground, and really carry that momentum into the high-banked West End turns.
And now he has set his sights on the 731 of Jagger Cordes. Cordes now with only about a 3 sled length gap between him and Heinemey. Now remember, Heinemey was your heat race winner. Cordes ended up finishing 2nd. Heinemey wants to see if he can do the same during the feature race, but will he have enough time to make up the lost ground?
I tell you, Heinemey has got speed. What he's got in speed is maybe might want to work on in handling. The sled looks super fast. If he can keep that speed to the ground, he might be able to close the gap on your race leader.
Oh, one racer getting sideways. That was Zaborowski, able to save it, but does stall it on the front stretch. Looks like his
kill cable came out, yeah.
So he's going to quickly throw that back in, have to refire it. He gets it good, but not before losing about 3 or 4 spaces in the meantime. Out front, Cordes, still your race leader, up and over the start-finish line jump as the white flag flies. One more lap to go for Cordes.
Top 2 have to work past a rider going a lap down to the field. That spreads them out just a little bit. The 731 of Jagger Cordes still your race leader with the 395 of Corey Heinemey giving chase.
As we make our way through the West End High Banks one last time in this feature race, Cordes has just enough of a gap to make it work. Checkered flag is out. Jagger Cordes taking the win today for Henko Utilities and Lindsey Keene State Farm. Heinemey going to have to settle for a 2nd place finish in the Ditchbanger 90-09 class.
Race number 12 will be our junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13-year-olds. In this class, we have Charles Negus from Elk River, Minnesota, riding the 00. Wesley Sweeney from Spring Valley on the 5, and Jude Slifka out of Spring Valley on the 11.
On the 33 out of Millville, Minnesota, it's Amelia Tesmer with Brettley Kruzmark racing the 72 out of good old Mazeppa, Minnesota.
Harrison Resnicek from Elk Rivers on the 99. Harrison Hurst out of Spring Valley riding the 499. And Landon Podin from Stewartville back for more fun with a 555. 8 racers, all 8 of them in the start gate, ready for the green flag. But it appears that we're in a bit of a holding pattern here again before we get clear track and can turn them loose.
Flagger checks the sights, makes sure everyone is good to go, and the green flag is out. And just like we saw in the heat race, it's the 99 of Resnicek out front with the early race lead.
Wow, like a rocket. Just coming out of that start gate, planting that power right to the snow, and able to transition that into a multi-sled length advantage before they even got to the finish line. So a great start, great reaction time by Harrison Resnick on the 99 machine, your current race leader.
Single file throughout the field. We've got a nice close battle for second and third, though. We're going to go side by side on the front straightaway. They almost touch, but it's the 499 of Harrison Hurst who's able to make the pass up to that second place position. And now we are running just like we saw in the heat. Resnicek first, Hurst second, rest of the field in tow behind, with Hurst trying to reel in Resnicek.
Third place sled's going to be all alone. Then we've got a multi-rider battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. We'll throw seventh and eighth into the mix as well, as they're not that far separated from fourth on back. So we'll keep our eyes on those battles for position, as they were flirting with three wide into the West End High Bank turns.
The 5 of Sweeney sitting in fourth place overall, trying to take over that third place podium position. But we've got a side-by-side battle between the 11 of Slivka and the 00 of Nagus for fifth and sixth. But out front, all alone and uncontested, the 99 of Harrison Resnicek, holding on strong to the lead, but not if Harrison Hurst has anything to say about it. It's a Harrison mano-a-mano 1v1 battle up at the front of the pack.
Yeah, if Harrison is a requirement, it's a requirement to be at the front of the field, as the two Harrisons battle nose to tail 1 and 2. There you can see your race leader in the second place sled coming out of the Send It Squeeze into the right-hand turn and onto the back straightaway.
I will say Hurst has been able to reel him in ever so slowly. He's gotten down to about a 1 sled length gap. Now it's just whether or not he'll be able to make a pass for the lead.
A couple of more laps to go. So considering the speed that Hurst is bringing to the game right now, still under green flag conditions, as we've got a racer down there in turn number 1. Looks to be a hard tumble there.
Battle still raging out front. Still Resnicek, Hurst, 1 and 2. As the white flag is out, one more lap to go for the Harrison battle up front. Another rider down through the Send It Squeeze, trying to get things refired there, but the battle still raging on up front as we get into a little bit of lap traffic. Will this play into the race win? Side by side, it'll be a drag race. Resnicek stuck behind lap traffic. Hurst up to the lead for the checkered flag at the last moment. Harrison Hurst going to take the win on the 499 for Southland Auto and Diesel of Spring Valley and Bluff Brothers Brewing. Harrison Resnicek going to have to settle for a devastating second place finish. As we take a few moments to make sure everyone on the track is all good, we'll send it over to hear a word from our sponsors quickly.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like you know, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day, so as me as a sprint car driver specifically, you know, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different, and guys like us, you know, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Welcome back to Sunday Funday racing action here at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota. For those of you just tuning in now on the MBTV Sports.com live stream, just a heads up, we are just working on some medics right now for one of our downed riders, making sure everyone is okay and ready to go before we get back to green flag conditions. We will be back here relatively soon, but in the moment, we will just be taking a short break here before we get back to some racing action.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellercells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle.
And as our medic team has officially pulled off the track, we are ready to start getting ready for race number 13. We will have two classes heading out there, the Ditchbanger Twins class and the Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational class. In the Ditchbanger Twins class, we have the 4Z of Alex Forsland out of Cambridge, Minnesota, Jory Cordes piloting the 7 from Zimmerman, Minnesota, Montevideo, Minnesota's Peyton Smith on the 068, the 282 of Milford, Iowa's Ryan Brown, Hortonville, Wisconsin's Daniel Wieland on the 621, and the 810 of Nathan Ramshack out of Duluth, Minnesota. In the Thomas Snow Sports 440 to 600 Invitational class, we have the 28 of Dan Herzog out of Rogers, Minnesota, and also out of Rogers, Minnesota, heat race winner is the 506 of Garrett Johnson. The 714 of Mike Herzog from Minnetonka, Minnesota will round out your field. 9 racers, 2 classes for race number 13 of 17 here at round number 6 of the Sunday Funday racing action.
We appreciate your patience as we wanted to give our track workers all the time necessary. Never wanted to rush through a situation like that where one of the riders is down, so we take our time to make sure that we can safely address the situation. Now that we've got our track cleared, we can begin the process, as Zach was just mentioning, of refocusing on the next race. This is main event number 1, race 13 of 17. There we've got the track clear.
Flagger checks our racers, make sure they're all ready to go. Green flag flies, and we're back to green flag racing action, and it's the 068 of Peyton Smith out front with the early race lead.
Smith had a great start in the heat races, and he backs that up. Peyton backs that up with a great start in this first main for the Ditchbanger Twins and TSS 440-600 classes. The Red Machine out front, multi-sled length advantage, but here comes the cavalry, a challenge perhaps developing from second, maybe even third, going to stay in the fray.
506 of Garrett Johnson holding on to that second place spot. flirting with a pass for the lead. He looks to the outside of Smith. Smith, though, with the solid run through the rhythm section, he's going to live to see another day out front.
Yeah, Peyton didn't quite get the run up the climb to the finish line jump there, whereas the 5:06 of Johnson did and carried much more speed and was able to close the gap. However, on the back straightaway there, Peyton pulls away again. There's one more sled that's gotten hung up on the inside berm there at the exit of the West End High Banks, but we're focusing on that two-rider battle for the lead.
Our third place competitor dropped back ever so slightly. The 7 of Jory Cordes holding on to fourth, and we got the 8-10 of Nathan Ramshack rounding out your top 5 ahead of a 3-rider battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Up at the front, though, the 5:06 of Johnson looks to the inside. Smith holding on to that top spot, though, one more lap.
Smith takes a wide exit, but then quickly brings that red machine back to the inside lane, which is where Peyton likes running the front straightaway. Johnson's still giving chase, trying to figure out how to get up alongside and find an opening that will stay available.
Johnson tried to duck low that time around. Peyton Smith likes to go low. Johnson seeing if he can go lower. He sneaks down to the inside through the black diamond drop. He might be trying to show a ski, but he's not able to do it on the West End High Banks.
Yeah, Garrett Johnson's going to have to get a little closer on the back straightaway before he can try that inside run, because Peyton on the 068, Peyton Smith, is able to close the door coming out of the West End High Bank turn.
Half a lap, or half a sled length gap between our top 2 racers, as Johnson is able to still hold on, not able to gain any ground, but not losing any ground as we come up to the white flag. One more lap to go. Will Johnson be able to mount a challenge?
Peyton Smith trying to handle that sled that was straight up and down coming up the rollers on the climb to the front straightaway. Was able to ride it out and retain hold on the lead. Johnson still can't quite get up there and take that lead away.
One final time through the West End High Banks. It's going to be here or nowhere for Johnson. He tucks it down low and is a little too tight. Smith able to hold on to the feature race win. And it'll be the 5:06 of Garrett Johnson, though finishing second overall, still taking the win in the Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 invitational class. And the 7 of Jory Cordes finishing our top 3 in race number 13.
Race number 14 will be the Podin Invitational Almost a Pro class with 8 racers in the lineup, including Joshua Podin on the 3, Reese Olendeek from Cresco riding the 5, and Travis Hogstad from Stewartville, Minnesota on the 15.
The 18 of Robert Olendike out of Cresco, Iowa. Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Mason Hale, your heat race winner on the 28X. And the 151 of David Raymond out of Stewartville, Minnesota.
Kyle Book on the 312 and Christopher Book on the 670 will round out this 8-rider lineup. You can see all 8 sleds on the start line.
All races should be in the staging area for the rest of our first round of mains. Race 14 on the track, 15, 16, and 17 should all be in staging. Our racers at the ready. Flagman's giving them the sign. Green flag is out, and away we go. The 15 of Haugstad, your early race leader, going into that hole shot corner, but it's the 312 of Kyle Book able to take it by on the inside and take the hole shot.
670 machine of Christopher Book just outside the top 3 there in a battle for position, as we had them 3 wide for second, third, and fourth, but they're all following that black 312 of Kyle Book, your early race leader.
Making moves from the inside, heat race winner Mason Hale now up to second, setting his sights on the 312 of Book, but we've got that nice 4-rider battle for third on back.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that as Hale was coming through the West End High Banks, the skis caught a rut, almost ripped the handlebars out of Mason's hands. He had to reestablish control of that sled before he could give it the business, making that climb up onto the front straightaway. Mason Hale's got the leader in sight, though. Let's see if that sled handles a bit better this time around that left-hander at the west end of the track. It does. And Mason Hale takes a peek to the inside. They are elbow to elbow coming to the line to complete another lap.
Over the start-finish line jump, slight advantage to Hale as he's able to secure it through the rhythm section. New race leader, ladies and gentlemen.
Mason Hale's backing up that heat race win by taking the lead on lap number 2 here in our first main event in this almost a pro class. Mason Hale out front, Kyle Book still holding on to second.
Nice little gap before we get back to our battle still raging on for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. As we've now single filed out slightly, it's now turned into a 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Leading that, it is the 15 of Travis Haugstad sitting in 3rd overall, the 5 of Reese Olendijk sitting in 4th, and our 5th place competitor just about 2 sled lengths behind. Out front, though, it is still Hale and Book, 1 and 2, but Hale, with a clear track ahead of him, has gained quite a gap over the 312 of Book.
There you see Hale coming out of the West End High Bank turns to complete another lap, still under green flag conditions as the 28X sets the pace, and a quick one it is, already up to half the length of the straightaway over second place Kyle Book on the 312.
Now our battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, slowly but surely starting to reel in the 312 of Kyle Book in 2nd. We might see this race finish off with a 4-rider battle for 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as the white flag flies. One more lap to go for Mason Hale.
Mason Hale can now see competitors at the tail end of the lead lap pack. Not sure if he's going to catch that last rider before Mason gets to the waving checkered flag or not. Mason comes up over the wall, jump onto the back straightaway, and heads towards the Black Diamond drop. Mason has toned it back just a little bit, it appeared, that time getting to the drop. Quick around the West End High Bank turn, down to the checkered flag. Mason Hale is your main event winner on the 28X.
Now let's see who's got 2nd. Up and over the start-finish line jump, checkered flag flying. And Kyle Book is able to hold on to that 2nd place spot. I believe right behind him, that is the 5 of Reese Olendijk rounding out your podium. 18 of Robert Olendijk right behind in 4th. That is race 14. Race 15. Up next, your starting lineup for the 600 Open 18-plus class. We have the 5 of Dylan Dorn out of Zumbro Falls, Minnesota. Farmington, Minnesota's DJ Marsh on the 38. The 038 of Peyton Smith out of Montevideo, Minnesota.
Aiden Leonard, heat race winner in the 600 Open class, is atop the 109. Garrett Keel from Old Wine, Iowa, is on the 248.
And in the Junior Open 18 and under class, the 116 of Jackson Hadrav out of Walker, Minnesota. New Prague, Minnesota's Carter Bastier on the 252.
And Gabe Heineme from Prior Lake will round out the 3-rider lineup in that Junior Open class with the 395. So 8 racers in the lineup, all 8 racers present and accounted for. Green flag is in the air, and we start off with a side-by-side battle for the lead and a side-by-side battle for 3rd.
Heineme on the inside, Leonard on the outside. They're side-by-side through the whole shot, and through the send-it squeeze, Leonard's able to squeak by and go out front. Heineme back to 2nd.
Dylan Dorn riding in number 5, holding on to the number 3 spot. But he's going to be challenged as they head into the left-hand turn. You can see one sled has stalled at the outside of the West End High Banks turn. We've got a new race leader, the 109 out front.
Leonard, Heineme, Dorn, 1, 2, 3. Leonard out front overall in the 600 Open 18-plus class. Heineme sitting in 2nd overall, leading that Junior Open 18 and under class. But he's not going to go without a battle. Heineme wants to take that top spot over once again.
Top 2. Boy, the number 5 of Dorn was so quick in practice as that battle for the lead rages on in the fall-away field area of the track. Thought we were going to lose the 109 over the banking there on the outside of that left-hand turn, but I was talking about Dylan Dorn, who looked so fast in practice, not able to transition it to this first main event as he's stuck a ways back in 3rd.
Heineme is doing really solid on that front straightaway as Dorn goes up and over. Oh, gets knocked down by a competitor.
May have taken a ski to the leg there, or perhaps the front of the sled just caught him on the leg as he was trying to stand up and get out of the way. And our leaders are back to that same area as the 109 retains his hold on the lead.
Dorn taking a second to catch his breath.
Yeah.
Out front, though, Leonard and Heineme 1 and 2 still.
Green flag conditions on the track, a local yellow there as the number 5 has a hard get off right after the finish line jump. Dorn is back on the sled, and pulling away. So now full course green conditions for the racers.
Leonard able to grow quite a gap between him and the 395 of Heineme. Heineme, after Dylan's wreck there on the front straightaway, has a full-sized gap between him and third place right now. Just about half a track length. As the checkered flag flies, Aiden Leonard taking the feature race win for Climb, Skidoo, Fox Shocks, Studboy Rocks, Handguards, Goodwin Performance, and Gabe Heineme finishing second overall, taking the win for Junior Open for Rewired, Raise Sport and Cycle, and Rock Speed Effects. That was race 15. Race 16, only 2 main events left in this first portion. Ditchbanger triples starting lineup. We have the 18 of Robert Allendike out of Cresco, Iowa. Rochester, Minnesota's Logan Fixdahl on the 50. The 398 of Darren Borgshots from Big Lake, Minnesota.
Caden Haugen out of Bemidji's riding the 554. Nick Sonnabend from Mazeppa is on the 965. Those 5 racers scheduled to compete in the Ditchbanger triples class. In the Ditchbanger 03 to 16 class, Mitchell Fruth with the 393, giving us a 6-racer lineup. But as you can see, only 3 of them in the start gate as we watch the replay of the number 5's mishap right after the finish line jump. Gets clipped on the left leg there. We turn our next main event loose as we've got a 2-rider drag race to the line. Who's going to get the early race lead?
Mitchell Fruth out front. The 18 of Allendike sitting in second. Our third place competitor right behind the number 9 machine. 3 of our scheduled 6 racers making the call for race number 16.
Not sure if that's Sonnabend on the 965 in third. If we just misreading the number, not quite sure there, but Fruth on the 393 is pulling away, leaving us with a 2-racer battle for second and third, and that would be a battle in the Ditchbanger triples class.
Fruth setting some distance between himself and the 18 of Allendike.
Not sure if we had a sled change by one of the competitors or if this is a late race entrant in the Ditchbanger triples class, but number 9, don't have a name for the number 9. We apologize in advance. Just ahead of him is the 18 machine of Robert Allendike, holding on to the number 2 spot in the overall running order with the 393 of Mitchell Fruth out front. Fruth, comfortable lead. Headed down into turn number 1. Looks like it's Sonnabend. I'm not sure if that's a sled change or just if a couple of his numbers fell off, but we're calling him number 9 at this point. That's all we've got on the sled there is the number 9 for Nick Sonnabend.
Out front, though, with a hefty gap between that side-by-side battle for second and third. Another lap in the books for the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. Sonnabend and Allendike side by side across the start-finish line for 2 and 3 in that Ditchbanger triples class. Slight advantage now to Sonnabend on the 9.
Sonnabend is able to take over the number 2 spot and for the most part take that inside line away from Allendike, who's back to third now. Now, I know we've mentioned this several times on the stream today, but even though they're battling second and third, they are actually battling for the win in their class, the Ditchbanger triples class. That time at the line, still green flag conditions for Fruth on the 393. Green flag stays out for Allendike and Sonnabend in that 2-rider shootout for the Ditchbanger triples class lead.
Sonnabend able to put a little distance between himself and Allendike. Fruth, so far out front, won't be seeing any competition right behind him, but he's got a clear track ahead of him, making his way up the climb through that first rhythm section here, up and over the start-finish line jump. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go for Mitchell Fruth. One final time down the Black Diamond drop through the West End high banks and taking that rhythm section up the climb. Checkered flag is going to be in his sights. Mitchell Fruth is a feature race winner.
That battle for second and third or the win in the Ditchbanger triples technically not over yet. They've still got to make the climb up onto the Hail Mary Highway front straightaway to the checkered flag. Let's see who's going to hold on for the W. It will be the 9 of Nick Sonnabend getting the first main event win in the Ditchbanger triples class. Robert Olendike across the line in second. We get to our final first main event of the Sunday portion, round 6 of Sunday Funday. And this will be our WSA classes, 440 improved and open. In the 440 improved class, Lucas Halicki riding the 726. In the open class, Garrett Keel on the 248, Ryan Brown riding the 282, and Jaeger Cordes on the 731. Who's got the whole shot? It'll be the Red Machine out front being challenged. Red, green, and yellow on the track right now for main event number 17. 248, your early race leader. 726 running second, and the 282 in third.
Keel and Halicki out front, both leading their respective classes. Halicki, the lone entrant in the 440 class. Keel out front in that X-Open class, and then we've got an equidistance back to our third place competitor, the 282 of Ryan Brown.
There you see Brown headed into that first turn, holding on to the third place position in this our final first main event of the afternoon.
Another lap in the books for Garrett Keel. Jagger Cordes, your heat race winner, a scratch on the main event. But Keel out front, wasn't even in the top 3, now leading the main event. Nice to see for Keel. Little space before we get back to the 726 of Halicki. And an equidistance back, that 282 of Ryan Brown sitting in third overall, second in the WSAX Open class.
Still green flag conditions as our overall race leader crosses the finish line, heads down the rhythm rollers section at the end of the front straightaway into the first turn, bringing Lucas Halicki along with. Again, it's Garrett Keel, your race leader. There's Garrett on the back straightaway with the 248 machine. Garrett now headed into the West End High Banks turns 4 and 5, if you will. Back onto the front straightaway this time. White flag is out for Garrett. One more lap to go.
Garrett absolutely in the zone this race. He's found his line, and it is working for him well as lap after lap he's able to put a little more distance on the 726 of Halicki.
Final time over that wall jump that is the transition from the send it squeeze second turn to that right-hander. Down the back straightaway, down into the Black Diamond drop, into the West End High Bank turns, and headed towards the checkered flag. It's going to be Garrett Keel picking up a main event win at the end of main number 1.
Keel taking the win for Keel's Farms, Mayor's Polaris, and Conan Racing today. Lucas Halicki going to take the win in the 440 improved class for North Central International, JT's Bar and Grill, and CSI Maple Grove. Just like that, we have come to a close for our first round of mains of the afternoon. We are going to take a brief intermission here. Going to take about 15 minutes, so we will be back to racing action right around 1:50. In the meantime, let's hear a quick word from our sponsors.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Toe Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, you know, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, you know, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, you know, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellercells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Ready to make a splash this summer? Grab your friends and head to River's Edge on the scenic Apple River. Whether you're looking to float the day away, camp under the stars, or catch live music and weekend events, River's Edge has everything you need for an unforgettable time. Book your tube, campsite, or party package now. River's Edge on the Apple River. Your summer starts here.
Welcome back, racers and race fans, to our final section of races for round number 6 of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday Racing Series. We have gone through our first 2 rounds of the day, our heats. We went through our first round of features. Now we're about to move on to our second round of features. So before we get into things, just another quick call to staging for our first 4 races of the second round of features. Race number 1, 120 stock. Race number 2, 120 improved stock. Race 3, Pro 206, Super 225 kids and 200 stock 9 to 12. And race 4, transition 8 to 10, junior 10 to 13, and junior 14 to 17 should all be up in the staging area, as we will be going green flag racing in just about 2 or 3 minutes.
So we have one more run through main events for all classes to wrap up round number 6 of X Racing's Sunday Funday series. Rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and today round 6 taking place at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota. But Zach, the racers and those watching via the live stream are in for a change for our next event, aren't they?
So you say. Tell me more.
We will be off to Brainerd for rounds 7 and 8. That'll be February 6th and 7th. So give us a couple of weeks to put the Rolling Circus show on the road, and we will head up to Brainerd, Minnesota for our inaugural visit to Brainerd. BIR going to be a fun experience up there in Brainerd. Hope to see a lot of you racers there, and hope to see a lot of you viewers tuning in online via MBTV Sports live streaming coverage. Then we will be back here to Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa for rounds 9 and 10 on February 21st and 22nd. And then we'll be returning to Brainerd for rounds 11 and 12, which will wrap up the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday series for X Racing.
Hard to believe that today we are officially closing the first half of the season. Seems like it was just yesterday we were first coming out to the beautiful ski slope here at Steeplechase Ski Resort. Hard to believe we will only be back here for one more weekend, but excited for the 2 weekends at BIR as well. That should be great. You can see up on the track right now, we're just finishing up some minor track prep before we go into our final round of main events. So just going to do one final call to staging for our first 4 races of our second round of mains. Race number 1, 120 stock. You guys are about to begin racing in just about 2 minutes or so. So if you are not in staging, you very well should be. Race number 2, 120 improved stock. Race 3, Pro 206, Super 225 kids and 200 stock 9 to 12. And race 4, transition 8 to 10, junior 10 to 13, and junior 14 to 17 should all be in the staging area. Races 5, 6, and 7. Start getting your final things all situated in the trailers so that you can make your way on down to the staging area soon.
There you see some of our live streaming social media shout-outs as some viewers are cheering on their favorites. Rooster Racing 2, thanks for your compliments. Speaking of compliments, a tip of the cap to the fine folks here at Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa. This was a newly inaugurated relationship for the 2025-2026 season, and they have been wonderful to work with for the X-Racing snowcross programs that we have had already. And I tell you what, if you're looking for, if you've never been to Steeplechase, even if you are not into coming here to watch snowcross action, by all means, come to Steeplechase when they're open for regular activities. Of course, they've got the tubing slides over there, the
terrain park,
terrain course.
for,
Sorry, I was drawing a blank
for snowboarders and skiers alike.
Yeah, I see a lot of folks over there the times that we have been up there enjoying the that portion of the track. But, of course, they also have the full runs open, and the ski lifts are available. You can see some of them in our live streaming coverage. So, by all means, come watch some snowcross here at Steeplechase, but also don't forget to come visit and enjoy Steeplechase Ski Resort for their primary function, which is skiing fun.
Looks like we are just getting things all situated here for our first main of round number 2. And before we get everything lined up, just want to take another quick moment to thank a few more of our sponsors for the 2026-2025 season. Some of our premier sponsors for Sunday Funday include the Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, Steeplechase Ski Resort, DLO Excavating LLC, CNA Pro Skis, CF Moto, Fox Shocks, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, Aeroplax Corporation, and Ruck Excavating. If it weren't for our amazing friends and sponsors that we have here, we wouldn't be able to bring some great racing action to the beautiful slopes of Steeplechase Ski Resort. So thank you to all of our sponsors, and if you see any of them out in the community, make sure you give them a big shout out and thank them for being a part of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday Racing Series.
We have a great group of supporters and sponsors of MBTV Sports. If you are a business representative and you'd like to get involved, by all means, contact MBTV Sports. We would love to make you a part of the program as well. Barb saying Abram and Cooper are encouraged to go get them with a few snowflakes there. Barb, thanks for the shout out there. As our social media comments are displayed on the live stream, we can see our 120 stock racers are beginning the process of rolling up to their start line. They had practice earlier this morning. They ran their first heat and they ran their first main. Now they're getting ready for their second and final main of the weekend in this 120 stock class. Here are the racers that we will be looking for on track for this 120 stock main event.
We have the 7 of Hudson Gemsey out of Zumbrota, Minnesota, along with Cook, Minnesota's Nash Betterly on the 22.
Bowden Nelson from Foley, Minnesota will be riding the 25B with Case Vedden from Delano, Minnesota on the 33.
Millville, Minnesota's Felix Ryan on the 107, alongside the 111 of Hollis Hoskins out of Malacca, Minnesota.
Ben Rolfe from Lake City is riding the 168. Archer Ledford from Lake City is riding the 351.
The 623 of Jack Labs out of St. Joseph, Minnesota, and Claremont, Minnesota's 709 of Colton Lance will round out your 10-rider field for race number 1, 120 stock.
And, of course, these are the future superstars of snowcross, just kind of dabbling their toes in the water, if you will, or the snow, I should say, as these youngsters begin their careers on sleds. Racers ranging in age from 7 all the way down to 3 years old. We are looking for Hollis Hoskins. Hollis, don't want to start this last main event without you, so if Hollis Hoskins and the 111 is available, let's see if we can get Hollis up to the track. We'll put the clock on here before we turn them loose without you. 9 of the expected 10 racers in the line. The one that we're missing is Hollis. Hollis on the 111, I believe, is up there in staging. I think I just heard over race communications that they're going to get Hollis out of the start line.
As they bring Hollis up here, another quick reminder, we will be back for round number 7 in just a couple short weeks. Friday, February 6th, we'll be changing it up. Not only a new track, but a new day of the week as well. We'll be doing some Friday night racing action at Brainerd International Raceway in Brainerd, Minnesota. So whether you are hoping to join in person for the races, or if you're not able to make it, you're out of town, have prior commitments, make sure to live stream the events for free on MBTVsports.com, as we are live streaming all of this year's Sunday Funday racing action from MBTVsports.com and through the affiliated MBTV Sports YouTube and Facebook pages.
There we get Hollis up to the group, so we will have a full 10-rider start gate. Again, our youngsters in the 120 stock class and the 120 improved stock class run a bit of a modified oval. They'll get to the end of the front straightaway of the big track. Rather than turning left in turn 1, they will turn right into their own first and second turns before coming up a frontage road to get back onto the front straightaway. There's the green flag, and our second main event of the afternoon is underway. We start off with 2 of them getting locked together right at the top of the finish line jump.
Out front, early race leader making the tight right-hand corner. It's the 168 of Benton Rolfe. He had a nice line going in there. Most of our racers in this class have been taking a tight inside lineup and having to go way far to the outside of turn number 2. Rolf taking that midline in, able to cut the corner a little bit closer and take a middle line down, which has set him up pretty well. One of our competitors going up and over the corner on the side.
I believe that was Podin Nelson on the 25B. Podin is a lively little firecracker there, trying to find some space to run his yellow sled, but it's still the 168 of Ben Rolf out front.
Podin, winner of both the heat race and the feature race earlier today. Rolf out there trying to see if he might be able to change things up a little bit.
We were 3 wide in a battle for second on that first lap, and then 3 wide just outside the top 5 on the next lap as one of the track workers takes a tumble trying to get down there to help out.
White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for our 120 stock competitors. And as we take that final right-hand turn onto the main straightaway, the checkered flag is going to fly. Benton Rolf is a feature race winner for Midwest Detail Supply Co.
A lot of action, a lot of activity there in the second main event for the 120 stock racers. Last few competitors make their way to the waving checkered flag. We will clear the track and prepare for our next micro track competition, 120 improved stock class.
We'll be having 3 competitors make their way out for this class. Race number 2, 120 improved stock. Starting lineup. Heat race winner was the 292 of Elliott Massman out of Sauk Center, Minnesota, but it was the 823 of Cooper Schoen from Elk River, Minnesota, able to take the feature race win. The 623 of Jamison Labs out of St. Joseph, Minnesota, going to round out the field. 3 racers about to hit the track for race number 2, 120 improved stock.
Thing that I liked in the first main event for this next class, the 120 improved stock, all 3 of them stayed pretty tight. Remember, it was a nose-to-tail battle from first to second and second to third, so it's not like there was a runaway winner. They were all in the mix, right down to the waving checkered flag. Let's see if the running order might change at all in this second main event or not. Is someone going to double up? Elliott could be looking at his first main win of the day, but backing up the heat race win. Cooper could be looking at his second main event win to back up that first main win. Or maybe Jamison can snooker both of them and take a W in this second main event.
Racers lined up and ready to go. Green flag is out. Cooper Schoen taking the early line in the middle. Massman on the inside.
Jamison. Wow.
Jamison goes wide. He almost has it.
Jamison almost snookered them both in the entry to that right-hand turn. I thought he was going to go from third to first with an outside run, but a little bump and bang sends him back to third. Nice start by Jamison there. Jamison running third, but out front is the 823 of Cooper Schoen. Cooper goes a little wide on the exit of that second turn, holding on to second, Elliott Massman with a 292.
But just like we saw during the last main event for this class, they're all still in close proximity with each other. Massman up on one ski there gives Labs a chance to get up by his side. We'll see if he might be able to cut down on him, hold on to that second place spot. Massman muscling him, trying to get him off the track.
Wow. Rubbin's racing even in the younger age groups.
Labs able to secure that second place spot, though, as the white flag flies. 1 more lap to go.
Now is Jamison going to be able to close in on the 823 of Cooper Schoen? Cooper went a little wide, but also did Jamison. Final time up this back straightaway, or this frontage road straightaway. Checkered flag waves, and the 823 of Cooper Schoen will go 1-1 in the main events, picking up both the W's.
Wow, what a great run from all 3 of our competitors out there. You know, ranging from ages 5 to 8 years old. They're still youngsters, still learning the sport, but they definitely know how to go out there, have a good time, and race with the best. Race number 3 is going to be up next as we take a quick second to deconstruct the mini track. We'll just take a quick moment to thank a few more of our sponsors for being along for the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season. Woody's Traction, Podin's Power Equipment, Henko Utilities, Moto Pros, and Cannon Power Sports. Make sure to give them a shout out if you see them out in the community throughout the year. Race number 3 is about to hit the track. Race 4, transition 8 to 10, junior 10 to 13, and junior 14 to 17. Race 5, 200 stock 4 to 8. Race 6, transition 8 to 12 combined, and race 7, plus 30 snowcross, 800 to 850cc open 18 plus should all be in the staging area. Races 8 and 9 should begin making their way up there when they get a chance. But for race number 3, your starting lineup will go as follows. All alone in the Pro 206 class from Foley, Minnesota, it's the 25B of Bodin Nelson.
In the Super 225 Kids class, we have Auburn Owen from Waconia riding the 17, Easton Geyer from Buffalo on the 99.
And in the 200 stock 9 to 12 class, the 398 of Isla Borschots from Big Lake, Minnesota, and Stillwater, Minnesota's 545 of Hendrik de Bruin.
Easton Geyer on that 99 showed in the heat race that he didn't have to get the whole shot to pick up the W because he followed the 17 of Auburn Owen into that first turn, running second in the first lap, was able to make the pass for the lead, not only picking up that heat race win, but also the main event win. Let's see how this second main goes. Getting the whole shot, it's Auburn again. So quick reflexes by Auburn on the 17 machine. Gives a whole shot to start off this second main event, and giving chases the 99.
Auburn's been solid with her whole shots all weekend long, going 2 for 3. It's Auburn out front, Geyer in second, the 545 of De Bruin rounding out your podium, but De Bruin's got company hot on his tail, 4th and 5th, right behind him, only inches behind. He definitely doesn't have 3rd in the bag just yet.
2-rider battle for the lead, and then a nice spirited 3-rider shootout for 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Now are we going to see our leaders side by side? We will find out in a moment, but first, here comes our speed shot from turn number 1. The 99 of Geyer trying to take an outside entry into that first turn. See if that'll work to get up alongside of Auburn Owens, number 17.
De Bruin, Borschots, and Nelson still running 3, 4, 5. Up front, though, Owen wants to see if she might be able to hold on for a feature race win. She's gone 2 and 2 so far today, wants to see if she can take over a win. Geyer down to the inside as Owen has some issues in the West End High Bank. Slight advantage to Geyer this time by.
Easton is a master of that crossover maneuver in the West End High Banks. Takes a wide entry, way to the outside, and then crosses up with a tight apex, diamonds that turn, comes back down to the inside, sneaks underneath Auburn, and takes the lead, very similar to how things played out in the first heat race earlier today.
And just like that, we can see that it has already worked for Geyer as he has now gained a 3-4 sled length advantage over the 17 of Owen.
So it looks like Easton is of the mindset that he wants to win them all, heat, main, and main. Easton trying to stretch that advantage over Auburn Owen. I tell you, the highlight for Auburn, though, has been those starts. Great starts. Great reaction time on the 17 machine. That's most definitely worthy of a big smile at the end of the day.
Yes, solid racing throughout the day. Right behind, still sitting in 3rd place overall, the 545 of Henrik de Bruin, currently leading that 200 stock 9 to 12 class. The Pro 206 class has the 25B of Bodin Nelson in the lead. So even though we've got one race going on right now, we have 3 different classes. As the checkered flag flies, Easton Geyer is going to be your feature race winner on the 99. Taking the win for Grumpy's Outdoors. Owen going to settle for 2nd. De Bruin rounding out your top 3, taking the win in the 200 stock 9 to 12 class.
Main event number 2 for the 4th race of the schedule will be transition 8 to 10s, junior 10 to 13, and junior 14 to 17 of the expected 6 sleds. We've got all 6 of them in the start gate, including Cashton Nelson from Foley, Minnesota, with that put-em-up taxidermy 25K.
In the junior 10 to 13 class out of Zumbrota, Minnesota, it was Levi Rosted on the 052. The 109 of Brettley Kruzmark from Mazeppa, Minnesota, and Easton Norman racing the 707 from Elk River, Minnesota.
In the junior 14 to 17-year-old class, Jackson Hadrava from Walker, Minnesota on the Moto Pros of Mazeppa, Cabacona Collision 116, and Julie Olson from Montevideo, riding the Olson Plumbing and Heating of Montevideo, PAR Piping, Olson Custom Farms, Mid-States Millwrights 521. 6 racers. Main event number 2, race number 4 on the schedule. Transition 8 to 10s, junior 10 to 13s, and junior 14 to 17s.
Our racer is going to get everything fired up and ready to go. Flagger checks the line. Green flag flies, and away we go. And it's the 521 of Julia Olson with a nice hop out of the starting gate. Gonna take the whole shot and lead them into the first corner.
Remember, Olson had to battle back from a not quite picture-perfect start at the beginning of the first main event. So she's got that out of the way with a great start at the beginning of main event number 2. Julia Olson on the 521, your early race leader, catching some good air coming off the plateau of the back straightaway and flying into the black diamond drop.
116 of Jackson Hadrava currently sitting in second place overall. He was your first feature race winner. Now he's going to battle back with Olson, your heat race winner, seeing who can go 2 for 3 on the day.
And right behind those top 2 is a 4-racer battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There you see him headed down the fall-away field portion of the track into that tight left-hand send-it squeeze turn before they climb the wall jump to the right-hander onto the back straightaway.
Down to the inside, the 707 of Easton Norman trying to put some pressure on our 3rd place competitor, see if we might be able to get a change for position in that 4-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Almost side by side. They might flirt with 3 wide before they get down to that first turn. Don't think it's going to materialize, but it was quite close. Oh, they got tight quarters down at the bottom. The inside track of that first turn, somehow they make it through there safely and get back onto the backstretch.
707 of Norman able to secure that pass for 3rd. 109 of Kruzmark also able to sneak by in 4th, bringing the 052 of Rostad back to 5th place, all in the course of 1 corner.
Boy, I tell you, Julia Olson's having quite a main event here, has not given up much ground to Jackson Hadrava on the 116 machine. Jackson has definitely given chase, but actually it appears that time on the back straightaway that Julia is stretching the separation from first back to second, and those 2 racers are battling in the same class, junior 14 to 17-year-old class.
Up and over the start-finish line jump, 1 more lap to go as the white flag waves. Will Olson be able to hold on for the feature race win?
Julia was able to get the heat race win earlier today, but you know, if you were going to compare a heat race win to a main event win, that main event win is going to stack up pretty nicely, and I think Julia is going to be able to celebrate about a half a lap, maybe a third of a lap remaining here. Julia heads around the West End High Bank turn and will come up the climb. Checkered flag flies. Julia Olson with a main event win in the junior 14 to 17-year-old class.
Taking the win for Fast Threads, Core Pro, Kibble Equipment, and Rock Speed Effects, among others. Julia Olson taking that crown in the junior 14 to 17 class.
Rest of the field across the line to wrap up the running order as we prepare for race number 5, 200 stock 4 to 8-year-olds. The lineup includes Rylan Betterly from Cook, Minnesota on the 99, Brooks Podin from Stewartville on the 105, and Archer Ledford from Lake City riding the 119.
The 133 of Kate Viden from Delano, Minnesota. Lake City, Minnesota's Henry Rolfe on the 168. 312 of Eli Book out of Rochester, Minnesota.
Oa Lance will be riding the 410. Jameson Labs on the 623, and Abram Schoen with the 712.
823 heat race winner Cooper Schoen and Calvin Schrader on the 915 round out your 11 sled field as we're about to go green flagging in the 200 stock 4 to 8 class.
All 11 of them in the start gate. Elbows up as the green flag flies, or down and away. Here's your drag race to the line, and out front it will be the 623 of Jameson Labs taking the early race lead.
3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Throw 5th and 6th in there for the fun of it, too. 2nd on back is completely undetermined, but out front it is the 623 of Jameson Labs.
The field broken up into 3 groups. 1 group of 5 at the tail end of the field battling for 7th on back. 1 group of 5 battling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then your leader out front all alone, the 623 of Jameson Labs.
A nice little group of 1 leading the way, but now we've turned it into a 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd between the 133 of Cade Viden. Another competitor right behind trying to hold on to that podium spot. We might also be seeing the 823 of Cooper Schoen trying to get into the mix and make his way up onto the podium.
Nice run by Cade on that 133 machine. Remember, Cade was in a 3-wide battle on that opening lap was able to complete the pass, take sole possession of second. Now it'll be interesting to see if Cade is going to be able to close the gap on our race leader, Jamison Labs, on the 6:23.
Onto the front straightaway. Another lap about to go into the books for Jamison Labs, the youngest racer in this class.
Ooh, wow. No ground given by the 1:05 of Brooks Podin. Brooks saw the challenge coming from the 8:23 of Cooper Schoen to the left and just took that inside lane away.
That's turning into a three-rider battle now for second, third, and fourth, but out front all alone and running away with it. The 6:23 of Jamison Labs has just one lap separating him from a dual feature race win in the 200 stock 4 to 8 class.
White flag is in the air for Jamison Labs. One more lap to go.
8:23 of Cooper Schoen able to make his way by the 1:68 of Rolf to take over that third place position.
Rolf running fourth, Schoen running third, Vidin running second, but it's Labs on the 6:23, your race leader. There's Labs into the Black Diamond drop, headed for the last time into the West End High Banks.
Onto the front straightaway, gonna make the climb one last time. Checkered flag is in his sights, and Jamison Labs is a dual feature race winner for JK Monuments, Agricool, aka Electric, Little Benz, and BK Distributing. Cade Viden gonna finish second, Cooper Schoen rounding out your top three.
Last few racers going to make their way to the waving checkered flag as we prepare for race number 6 in our schedule. Transition 8 to 12-year-old combined class, including Addison Schmideker from Prior Lake riding the DLO Excavating and Demolition number 10, and Cashton Nelson from Foley, Minnesota on the Schema Exteriors Yeager Construction Osseo Nickel Barn 25K.
On the 101, racing for Rewire Rays Sport and Cycle out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, it's Jovi Heineme and Easton Norman piloting the 707 out of Elk River, Minnesota for TSL Firewood, B&L Trailers Northland Crane Services. Race 7 is up next, plus 30 Snowcross 800 to 850 cc Open. Race 8, Kids Ditchbanger 8 to 12, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17, and Race 9, 200 Open and Snow Scoot should all be in the staging area. Races 10, 11, 12 should be making your way up to staging if you are not already.
So these next few races will take us to the halfway point of our final run of mains. But right now, race number 6 is underway with quite a charge by the 25K of Cashton Nelson. Nelson out front.
Right behind, it's the 707 of Easton Norman holding on to that second place spot right now. But out front, Nelson is trying to run away with it best he can. He's already set up about a 4 or 5 sled length gap between himself and Norman on the 707, seeing if he can go for the clean sweep today.
I believe that's Heineme holding on to the number 2 spot on the 707 machine. Heineme sees an opening there at the end of the front straightaway. Thought about trying to use an inside entry into turn number 1 to get up alongside the race leader. Didn't quite have position, wasn't quite close enough, but is hoping to be able to close the gap and maybe mount a charge on this lap number 2.
Equidistance, as we saw during the last lap, it's still Nelson Norman Heineme Schmeideker 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, so Easton Norman giving chase there. I thought it was Heineme early, my apologies, but it's Easton Norman there holding on to the number 2 spot, trying to close the gap on your race leader as Hovey Heineme on the 101 is running third, and then I believe it's the 10 of Addison Schmideker rounding out the running order in fourth. Top 2 staying close, though. Nice battle for the lead as they cross the line, still under green flag conditions.
Dare I say, Norman looks like he may even be reeling in the 25K of Nelson.
It's been Cashton Nelson all day, winning the heat and the main. Could this be the moment for Easton to shine on the 707?
Last time by, he was about 5 sled lengths behind in this portion of the track. Now he's just a mere 1 sled length behind. We'll see how this West End high banks go. He goes for the pivot maneuver, isn't quite able to do it. He's still holding on to Nelson, though, as the white flag flies. 1 more lap to go. We've got some lap traffic coming into the mix. Will that affect the lead, however?
I think they're both going to have to work around the outside as that racer is using the left-hand lane. Now they double think it. This is most definitely going to play into the finish here. Who's going to get around whom and in what order? Down the black diamond drop, 3 wide. Now it's side by side for the lead.
Norman tries to cut down low, not able to make the turn stick. And Nelson,
boy, I'm not the official scorer, but I think Nelson might have got him. It couldn't have been by much, but they came side by side across the finish line. Let's see if our cameras caught it. Thought we were going to go to an instant replay there as the checkered continues to fly. Ooh, we just missed it.
Here we go. Let's take a look again. Norman with the run on the outside. Let's slow it down a little bit right over the start-finish line. And it looks like it's the advantage to the 707 of Norman.
I think Easton Norman may have got him. Meanwhile, race number 7 is already underway. Plus 30 Snow Cross and 800 to 850 CC Open 18 plus. Heat race winner and main event winner was Dylan Dorn on the number 5 in the plus 30 Snowcross class, with Logan Splitzer on the 916 picking up the win at the end of the first main in the 800 to 850 CC Open 18 plus class. There you can see the 5 of Dylan Dorn, your early race leader, followed by a 2, possibly 3 racer battle for second, third, and fourth. Dorn appears to have this one under control, at least for now, as the number 5 sets a quick early pace in this 7th race of the second main event run through of our schedule. Dylan Dorn takes that inside entry into the far west end high banked turn. He's able to get that sled to pivot nicely for a quick exit. Sled pushes a bit there as Dylan continues to take that inside run into turn number 1. Comes up the wall jump smoothly onto the plateau of the back straightaway, down through the black diamond drop. And it's all Dylan Dorn at the front of the field. The number 5 has this one well under control. Double, single, single, single out for Dylan Dorn on the number 5. There's your second place sled. A 393 of Mitchell Fruth running second. Back to Dorn. It's all Dylan. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the number 5 machine. 1 more trip around the Steeplechase Ski Resort Oval as part of X Racing's Sunday Funday competition in the plus 30 Snowcross class. Dylan Dorn. An ascendant squeeze around the light pole there. Begins the climb back up onto the back straightaway via that right-hand turn. One final time out of the west, headed east. It'll be the number 5 of Dylan Dorn getting the overall win as the checkered flag flies, and the W in the plus 30 Snowcross class. Mitchell Fruth will cross the line second overall and second in the plus 30 Snowcross class. And we get ready for main event number 8, our kids Ditchbanger 8 to 12-year-old class, and the junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17-year-old class. In the 8 to 12 group, we have Amelia Tesmer from Millville riding the 33, and Landon Podin from Stewartville riding the 555. In the 13 to 17-year-old class, Reese Olendijk from Cresco on the 5, Kaylin Weebush from Mazeppa on the 15, Nora Tesmer out of Millville riding the 41, and Julia Olson from Montevideo back for more fun with the 521. Of the expected 6 racers, 4 of them in the start gate. The flag is up and green, and it'll be the number 5 of Reese Olendijk leading the early race.
Side-by-side battle for second and third, with our 4th place competitor close in tow, trying to make a move down to the inside. Can't quite catch the number there just yet.
Nice side-by-side battle down the fall-away field portion into the send-it squeeze. That was a battle for third. Now it's single file through the pack as our Ditchbangers, 8 to 12 and 13 to 17-year-olds battle on the track.
I believe that might be the 15 of Weebush sitting in third right now, trying to put a battle on for Tesmer right ahead of him. I believe that is the 41 of Nora Tesmer currently in second, the 33 of Amelia Tesmer in fourth.
Julia Olson not making the call for this main event, probably still celebrating that overall win earlier, just a couple of races ago, as now it's Reese Olendijk still leading this one out front on the number 5 machine, and Landon Podin not making the call. I believe it was Landon who had the hard get-off down in turn number 1 earlier today, so Landon not out. Meanwhile, challenge for second, the 15 of Callan Weebush.
As Tesmer is up and over, Weebush caught in as well, locked together. Let's take a quick look, see what happened here. Going through 1 and 2, connect sleds there.
41 of Tesmer was on the inside. Thankfully, though, Nora was able to slide across the snow, and the 15 of Callan Weebush did not actually impact Nora. I think just snuck underneath. There's Nora's sled.
My apologies. Looks like that's actually the 33 of Amelia Tesmer.
Amelia, I'm sorry.
Tesmer's with the family matching graphics. White flag is out for Olendijk. One more lap to go for Reese.
Reese keeps the skis on the snow in that yellow flag portion of the lap, then brings it back up to speed, headed towards the back straightaway. Last time on the back stretch, and Reese Olendijk's looking forward to a Ditchbanger 13 to 17-year-old main event win.
Checkered flag's gonna fly, and Phil's Lawn Service Signs and Designs Vaith's number 5 of Reese Olendijk.
I think we're gonna need a track worker to assist clearing the track of the sled down there in turn number 1, so we might have just another short break here before we can get back to green flag conditions. Our next race will be race number 9. In staging should be competitors in race number 10. That would be Leaf Spring and 600 open non-modern class. Race 11, Ditchbanger 90 to 09 class. And race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13-year-old class.
Looks like we have both Tesmers crossing the finish line along with Weebush. So for race number 9 up next, your starting lineup will go as follows. In the 200 open class, we had the 398 of Isla Borgshots from Big Lake, Minnesota, and Stillwater, Minnesota's Henrik De Bruin on the 545.
In the snow scoot and snow sport class, Addison Schmiedeker from Prior Lake on the 8, Leo Schmiedeker from Prior Lake on the 75.
The 202 of Cashton Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota, and looking for a clean sweep today, Carson Krocek from Prior Lake, Minnesota on the 375.
5 racers going to zip down the front straightaway at the start of this one. 5 of the expected 6 on the track. There's your early race leader, the 545 of Hendrik De Bruin.
De Bruin holding on to that top spot right now. Borgshots and Krocek sitting in second and third currently. Schmeideker is battling for 4th and 5th.
Here come our competitors back to the start-finish line. There you see them coming out of the West End High Banks turn. It's a battle just outside the top 3.
And it looks like it's the 75 of Schmeideker sitting in third.
Oh, that is third and fourth. Yeah, sorry.
The 357 of Carson Krocek, your heat and feature race winner, sitting in 4th currently.
545 is your race leader, Hendrik De Bruin. Hendrik out front. not being challenged, at least for now. We will see if Hendrick's going to be able to maintain sole possession of the lead.
Now Hendrick, he has consistently improved every race. Finished third in the heat, finished second in the first feature. He's looking to one-up himself yet again with a potential feature race win here in just a couple laps. Then it's still Borgschatz sitting in second, the 75 of Schmeideker in third, and the 357 of Carson Krocek sitting in fourth, the 8 of Addison Schmeideker rounding out your 5 sled field.
White flag is going to be on display next time by for our race leader.
Making that big turn through the west end high banks, up the rhythm section through the climb.
One more lap to go for Hendrik de Bruin,
as he has set quite a solid pace with a half straightaway advantage over what's now slowly becoming a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. And it looks like the 357 of Krocek has been able to make his way around both the 75 of Schmeideker and the 398 of Borgschatz. So Krocek now up to second place.
So Krocek on the 357, holding on to the number 2 position, but it will be this sled getting the win. The 545 of Hendrik de Bruin gets the overall and the 200 open win.
Taking the win for Sarah de Bruin State Farm. Hendrik de Bruin is a feature race winner, ladies and gentlemen. That was race number 9. Race number 10 will be coming up next. We've got a dual class coming at you. Leaf Spring. We have the 28 of Dan Herzog from Rogers, Minnesota. River Falls, Wisconsin's Tyler Turner on the 84. And the 159 of Jack Mackey from Hudson, Wisconsin.
Curtis Turner from Hudson will be atop the 284 with Garrett Johnson from Rogers on the 506. And Mike Herzog from Minnetonka riding the 714.
And all alone in the 600 Open 18-plus non-modern class, it's the 104 of Nathan Crawford out of Plymouth, Minnesota. Lights are out and away we go. And it's the 284 of Curtis Turner with the slight advantage going into turn number 1.
5 of the expected 7 racers on the track. Curtis trying to pull away from a 4-racer battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Comes the second place sled. That'll be the 84 machine of Tyler Turner.
Then we've got the 28 of Dan Herzog. Herzog hasn't been in the top 3 so far today, but now he's battling and might be taking over that second place position.
Yeah, Herzog can feel it. Herzog wants to try and complete that pass to the inside. Might make it stick here as they enter turn number 1. He's got the preferred run on the inside lane.
Just outside the top 3, the 104 of Crawford. He's gone 2 for 2 so far in that third place position. Goes to the inside of the 84 of Turner. Not quite able to make it stick. Crawford still in fourth.
Yeah, Turner took it all the way. Tyler Turner on the 84 took it all the way to the outside of that first turn. I thought he was going to backslide to fourth there, but was able to power back down the fall-away field and into the send-it squeeze. Now he's going to challenge to see if he can get back up to second. For fear of maybe falling back to fourth. Nice 3-rider battle there for second, third, and fourth.
It is still Curtis Turner out front. The 28 of Dan Herzog in second. And slight advantage still to Tyler Turner in third.
I think that's the 104. Is that the 104 of Nathan Crawford that's in the mix there?
Yeah, 104 of Crawford sitting in fourth right now, trying to see if he might be able to go 3 for 3 on that third step of the podium.
Crawford trying an outside run there at the west end as the green flag is still out. These racers still battling second, third, and fourth. They've got a nice rumble going at the Steeplechase Ski Resort here.
And Crawford's able to make the pass stick through the west end high banks. Now he's setting his sights for second. Goes to the inside of Herzog. Herzog shuts the door though. Herzog lives to see another lap in second place.
Next time by, it will be White Laundry out for the racers. White flag is in the air as the 284 of Curtis Turner crosses the line with 1 lap remaining. Here's that side-by-side battle for second.
That time it looked like slight advantage to Crawford on the inside, and it looks like he's going to be able to secure it through the fall-away field. Crawford is now up to second place overall, still leading that 600 Open 18-plus non-modern class.
There's your race leader, the 284 of Curtis Turner with that flashing headlight on the back straightaway, through the Black Diamond drop and into the West End high-banked turns. One final time to make the climb, and will be a main event win for Curtis Turner. Finished second in the first main, improves it by 1 for the win in the second main.
Turner taking the win for Challenger Performance today. Nathan Crawford finishing second overall, taking that win in the 600 Open class. That was race number 10. Race number 11. Up next, our Ditchbanger 90-09 class. We have the 7 of Jory Cordes out of Zimmerman, Minnesota. Buffalo, Minnesota's Tim Burskin on the 63, and Tony Burskin racing the 77 out of Otsego, Minnesota.
Grand, Wisconsin's Reed Zaborowski's on the 175. Ryan Brown from Milford, Iowa on the 282, and Corey Heinemey from Prior Lake riding the 395.
Hortonville, Wisconsin, 621 of Daniel Weiland. The 726 of Lucas Hollicky out of New Prague, Minnesota. And Jagger Cordes racing the 731 out of Duluth, Minnesota will round out your 9-sled field. It looks like 5 of our scheduled 9 sleds so far have made the call.
And I'm not sure if it's going to be 5 or not, because the one racer there struggling to get that sled refired. Going to turn the rest of them loose, so it's a 4-rider shootout in the Ditchbanger 90-09 class.
Drag race down the front straightaway. Into the hole shot, our top 2 competitors in close quarters. Looks like that is the 175 of Reed Zaborowski out front. Just behind in that second place spot, the 726 of Lucas Hollicky sitting in second.
Zaborowski on the yellow machine, your early race leader. Hollicky running second. They've got already, with the completion of just a single lap, quite a separation. Back to third and fourth. The 5th sled never did get refired, or never did get fired, so it's just a 4-rider main in our Ditchbanger 1990-09 class.
The 7 of Jory Cordes sitting in third, and Tony Burskin on the 77 round out your 4-sled field. So it looks like the 63 of Tim Burskin, the 282 of Ryan Brown, and the 621 of Daniel Wieland, and the 731 of Jagger Cordes are all scratches for the race. And just like that, sending it over the start-finish line jump, Hollicky is able to make the move up to the top spot, surpassing the 175 of Zaborowski.
There's your top 2. Top 2 on the back straightaway, with the 7 of Cordes holding on to the number 3 spot.
Let's take a look at what happened here for that pass for the lead. Absolutely sends it over that. Tries to double-double. Slightly cases that 4th jump for a double, more of a 1.5, but it worked out in Hollicky's favor. Hollicky hasn't gotten a 1st or 2nd place finish in this class yet today, but he is looking to take the feature race home win in style for this race number 2 of the day.
Yeah, coming back with a vengeance, and it looks like it's working for him. This time at the line, it will be the white flag for the 726 North Central International JT's Bar and Grill, CSI Maple Grove, Minnesota racer.
And he's already put quite a gap on the 175 of Zaborowski. Race 11 out there now. Race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10-13 up next. 13, Ditchbanger Twins, TSS 440-600 Invitational. 14, Almost a Pro, Podin Invitational. And race 15 should all be in the staging area. But right now for race 11, checkered flags flying. North Central International, JT's Bar and Grill, number 726 of Lucas Hollicky, going to take the checkered flag today. The 175 of Reed Zaborowski, a hard-fought 2nd place finish, with Jory Cordes rounding out your top 3.
Junior Ditchbanger 10-13-year-olds are in the start gate for main event number 2, race number 12. And in this 8-rider lineup, we've got Charlie Negus from Elk River, Minnesota, riding the 00. Wesley Sweeney from Spring Valley on the number 5, and Jude Slifka from Spring Valley on the 11.
The 33 of Amelia Tesmer from Millville, Minnesota. Mazeppa, Minnesota's very own Brettley Kruzmark on the 72. And heat race winner, the 99 of Harrison Resnicek out of Elk River, Minnesota.
First main event winner, Harrison Hurst from Spring Valley, will be on the 499, and Landon Podin from Stewartville expected on the 555, but it will be 6 of our expected 8 racers in the start gate. Remember that first main event, Zach, when we had the Battle of the Harrisons, Resnicek on the 99 and Hurst on the 499. A little give and go by both of them, spending a little time at the front of the field and battling for the potential win before it was taken and held by Harrison Hurst on the 499.
One's got a heat race win, one's got a feature race win. We'll see which one might possibly be able to go 2 for 2, or will we see someone new up front? Green flag is out, away we go. And Harrison Hurst, not the start he was looking for.
Had a great start. There was a great start on the inside, but ran out of racing room. I think had to back out of the throttle there and dropped like a brick deep into the field, running 4th now, I believe. But here comes your race leader over the wall and onto the back straightaway, out front early.
Believe that might possibly be the 33 of Amelia Tesmer, but the 99 of Harrison Resnicek now up to that top spot. The 5 of Wesley Sweeney right behind in 3rd. And here comes Harrison Hurst, already up to 4th, setting his sights on that 3rd place spot.
Harrison Resnicek, your race leader, single file down the Hail Mary Highway front straightaway, and into the first turn they go. No side-by-side action quite yet, other than that first burst of speed out of the start gate.
Out front, Resnicek, with a clear track ahead of him, is pulling away from the rest of the field. Already about a 10 sled length gap between him and 2nd place, as we've got that side-by-side battle going on between the 5 of Sweeney and the 499 of Hurst up and over the start-finish line jump.
Sweeney takes that number 3 position down the front straightaway. Thought he was going to come under fire there for the position, but was able to fend off the advances, holds on to 3rd for now. There's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th onto the back straightaway before they get to the Black Diamond drop. They are that far behind the race leader.
Now it's turning into a 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
A hair-raising entry into the West End High Banks there, as I thought we were going to bring a couple of them together.
It looks like that's actually the 72 of Bretley Kruzmark, currently in 2nd. So Kruzmark in 2nd, the 5 of Sweeney in 3rd, 499 of Hurst in 4th. Each rider only about 1 sled length behind the other, as we are in a heated battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now.
Waiting for our leader to come around the West End High Banks. And as he gets onto the front straightaway, it'll be a white flag, a white-yellow, as we've got another issue on the front straightaway. There you can see one of the sleds slowing, or actually stopped. Race leader works underneath him. Boy, that was just a bailout to the right there.
The checkered flag about to be presented for feature race winner, the 99 of Harrison Resnicek taking the win. But who's got that battle for 2nd? 3 riders side by side down to the line. Whew. By an inch, it's the 72 of Bretley Kruzmark taking the 2nd place finish home. The 5 of Sweeney gonna settle for 3rd. And it's the 499 of Hurst just outside the top 3.
5 main events remaining in the 2nd run through the schedule. Race number 13 will be next. Ditchbanger Twins and Thomas Super Sport 440 to 600 Invitational class in this 13th race. All other competitors should be in staging if you haven't run your 2nd main event quite yet. In the Ditchbanger Twins class, Alex Forsland from Cambridge is on the 4Z. Jory Cordes from Zimmerman riding her number 7 sled.
On the 068, first feature race winner was Peyton Smith from Montevideo, Minnesota. Alongside Milford, Iowa's Ryan Brown on the 282, 621 of Daniel Weiland, 810 of Nathan Ramshack round out your Ditchbanger Twins class.
In the TSS 440 600 Invitational class, Dan Herzog on the 28. Garrett Johnson riding the 506, and Mike Herzog on the 714.
And girl power out front as the early race leaders, the 7 of Jory Cordes, leading the charge throughout the group.
Jory pulling out quite an advantage over that 4-racer battle for second as they come 4 wide out of the West End High Bank turn. They funnel it down to 3 wide, now 2 wide for second.
The 068 of Smith in second. The 506 of Johnson right behind in third, but Johnson pushes back on the inside. Johnson now up to second.
Boy, a spirited battle there following the number 7 of Jory Cordes. It'll be interesting to see if Jory's going to be able to keep the speed up, because here comes the challenger on the back straightaway right into the Black Diamond drop. Challenge for the lead.
Johnson won the heat race, finished second in the main, wants to get a feature race under his belt for the day, and he's up in the top spot and slowly but surely pulling away. Cordes still in second, but Smith looks down to the inside. Cordes shuts the door, no pass happening here.
So it is the 506 of Garrett Johnson back out front after running third, then second, now first. Jory Cordes still holding on to second, but being challenged on the right side by the 068 of Peyton Smith.
Smith had the slight advantage there. He cuts back down through the middle.
That was a smooth crossover maneuver there.
But Cordes not giving up as they still go side by side over the start-finish line jump. Smith able to secure that pass, though, through the rhythm section.
Jory going to try that crossover. Couldn't quite get the skis to take a bite there in the left-hand turn. The sled pushes up the banking in the send-it squeeze, and Jory Cordes will have to settle into third for now.
Out front, it is still the 506 of Garrett Johnson. With the white flag flying, one more lap to go for Johnson, Smith, and Cordes.
Garrett Johnson racing in the TSS 440 to 600 class, while the 068 of Peyton Smith running in the Ditchbanger Twins class. So those are your top 2, each leading their respective classes.
We've even got a nice little battle raging on for 4th, 5th, and 6th currently at the rear of the field, but checkered flag flies. Garrett Johnson's a feature race winner for Foster Contracting. And Peyton Smith's going to take the W, second overall in the Ditchbanger Twins class for Olson Plumbing, Burmeister Auto Body, Edward Jones, and GRMA Hobbs.
Race number 14 is in the start gate. This is the Podin Invitational Almost a Pro class. The heat race and first main event winner, Mason Hale, will be lined up on the 28X. Other racers include Joshua Podin from Stewartville on the 3, Reese Olendyke from Cresco, Iowa on the 5, Travis Haugstead from Stewartville riding the 15.
On the 18 out of Cresco, Iowa, it's Robert Olendyke. Mason Hale, your feature and heat race winner on the 28X out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin, looking for the clean sweep. In Stewartville, Minnesota's David Raymond on the 151.
Kyle Book from Rochester's on the 312, and Christopher Book from Rochester on the 670.
8 racers, 7 of them at the start gate. Mason Hale with the hole shot, the 18 of Robert Olendyke, or sorry, that's the 15 of Travis Haugstead sitting in second.
And the 312 of Kyle Book battling for third and fourth. Looks like Book still side by side in that battle for third. Book's riding that black sled with the orange racer's gear. There he finally takes over the number 3 position in the running order.
18 of Robert Olendyke, 5 of Reese Olendyke sitting 4th and 5th. But out front, all alone and pulling away, Hale has set the pace on the track.
It's the 15 and the 312 running second and third. There you see the third, the 18, trying to battle for position.
670 of Christopher Book sitting just outside the top 5. As that battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth is raging on decently. Now it's splitting up into a battle for second and third. The 5 of Reese Olendyke all by himself, ahead of a 2-rider battle for fourth and fifth.
Mason Hale has got this sledding gig figured out here. Great start. Was able to stay with the leaders on that first run down the straightaway. Took the lead over the finish line jump and has not looked back. He's built up quite a commanding advantage over the competition behind him. This time at the line, still green flag conditions for Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Mason Hale on the 28X.
Fresh off a solid season of micro sprint racing over the summer, he said, I might might be done with that. Let's see what it's like over on the snowmobile side, and he has taken things strong right off the bat with what may be a clean sweep on the day.
Kyle Book up to second overall, was able to complete a pass there for position. There you see one of the sleds heading down the hill after busting the berm on the outside of the send it squeeze left-hand turn.
Still the 312 of Kyle Book and the 5 of Reese Allendike battling back and forth as the white flag is out. One more lap to go.
Can't quite make out the number of the sled that went off the send it squeeze turn there as we're on the final lap here. Mason Hale appears ready to pick up his second main event win of the day, giving him a clean sweep in the Almost a Pro class. There's the checkered flag. Mason Hale wins the heat, wins the first main, and picks up the W at the end of the second main as well.
And second place going to end up going to the 5 of Reese Allendike. 312 of Kyle Book will round out your top 3, and that is the Almost a Pro Podin Invitational. Race 15 up next, 600 Open 18 plus Modern. We had the 5 of Dylan Dorn out of Zumbro Falls, Minnesota. Farmington, Minnesota's DJ Marsh on the 38. The 068 of Peyton Smith out of Montevideo, Minnesota. Aiden Leonard, both the heat race and feature race winner on the 109 out of Lake City, Minnesota, looking for the clean sweep. And Oline, Iowa's Garrett Keel on the 248.
In the Junior Open 1800 class, Jackson Hadrava from Walker on the 116. Carter Bastier out of New Prague riding the 252. And Gabe Heinemey from Prior Lake on the 395. All 8 sleds on the start line as they await the flying green flag.
Heinemey out front early. The 109 of Leonard sitting there in second. The 068 of Smith in third. Dylan Dorn just behind in fourth. As we've got tight battles throughout our top 5, 6, 7, 8 all there as well.
You see these sleds throwing a much more roost than we've seen in some of the other classes, especially coming up out of the send it squeeze and that almost vertical wall jump that they have to navigate to get onto the back straightaway. There's our first double-double, I believe, of the day on the front straightaway as the 395 of Gabe Heinemey shows him how to pick up maximum speed.
Heinemey has gone second and second in this class all day. Not only is he hoping to show off with a feature race win, but he also wants to be the solo racer to double-double that start-finish line rhythm section. Up and over the start-finish line jump. There we got a double. Right into the next double. Gets a little sideways there, throwing a tiny whip for us. As the 109 of Leonard sitting in second, it's still Smith in third.
Rest of the field singling out after a couple of them were able to clear the first double at the finish line jump, but couldn't quite carry the momentum into a second double, so they had to do a double, single, single, single to get into that first left-hand turn. This time at the line, still green flag conditions for your race leader, Gabe Heinemey, in the Junior Open 18 and under class.
And you can see that being able to rhythm through that section, double, double, single, has allowed Heinemey quite an advantage there as he is absolutely pulling away from the rest of the field.
Heinemey on the west end, all alone, uncontested, takes a peek over his shoulder. Where is everybody? White flag matching the color of his helmet. One more lap to go for your race leader, Gabe Heinemey.
Heinemey sliding into turn number 1 and 2 down the fall-away field. He may be coming up on the rear end of the field, but that is not going to slow him down whatsoever. Just one turn separates him from his first feature race win in this class of the day.
This will be another clean sweep as Gabe Heinemey will collect the second main event win on the 395. Checkered flag is out. Heinemey with the overall win and the W. Main number 2 in the Junior Open 18 and under class. Get ready for race number 16, our final 2 mains to wrap up the 6th round of Sunday Funday snowcross action at Steeplechase Ski Resort. This will be Ditchbanger triples and Ditchbanger 03 to 16 sleds.
In the triples class, we had the 18 of Robert Allendike out of Cresco, Iowa. Rochester, Minnesota's 50 of Logan Fixstall. Darren Borgschatz racing the 398 out of Big Lake, Minnesota.
Sonnabend's riding the number 9, and Mitchell Fruth on the 393. Logan Fickstall on the 50, Darren Borgschatz on the 398, and Caden Haugen on the 554 were no-shows for the first main event. And it looks like there may be no shows for this second one as well, as we've only got 3 of the expected 6 sleds on the ground. Away they go as the flag goes green.
Mitchell Fruth on the 393, the lone competitor in the Ditchbanger 03 to 16 class. And he is quick to take his spot up at the front of the field. The 18 of Robert Allendike sitting behind in second. I believe that is the 9 of Nick Sonnabend in third, rounding out your top 3 as we're equidistance apart, 1, 2, and 3.
Mitchell Fruth showing some speed on this opening lap here, quickly establishing his hold on the top spot and pulling away from second and third. Fruth is going to lead lap number 1 in the Ditchbanger 03 to 16 class. Fruth, your overall race leader. The 18 of Robert Oldendike holding on to second, but also leading the Ditchbanger triples class. It's a 2-rider battle in the triples group, as they are running second and third overall. It's Oldendike and Sonnabend.
We've had some close races between those two during the heats and feature. We'll see if we're able to get a little more battles raging on during this final main event for them today. Right now there's about a 2 sled length gap between Allendike and Sonnabend.
And Sonnabend's not letting Allendike get too far away. The separation is maybe 2, maybe 3 sled lengths at the most, as now they're even flirting with maybe a side-by-side entry to turn number 1 if it can materialize. Can't quite make it happen.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTA.
Their Ditchbanger triples class.
Allendike has gone second in both the heat and feature behind Nick Sonnabend. So Allendike's trying to make up some lost ground, take a feature race win today in that class. But out front with the overall race lead, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth still out front.
He's got almost the entire length of the front straightaway. Separation back to that 2-rider battle for second and third, and you can see Sonnabend is like, yeah, I'm almost there. I'm just about up alongside in this battle for the lead in our class. They go elbow to elbow, knee to knee into that left-hand turn. Still slight advantage to Robert Oldendike on the 18.
Out front all alone, though, Mitchell Fruth still holding on, taking the white flag. 1 more lap to go for Fruth and this battle for second and third overall, but the win in the Ditchbanger triples class. Allendike has it. Sonnabend wants it. 1 more lap to go.
Remember, Sonnabend was able to get the W in that first main event in this 2-rider shootout in the triples class. Let's see if he can go 2 for 2. However, he's going to have to make a pass in order to make that happen.
Back up at the front, though, one final time. Through the west end high banks onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is in his sights for another clean sweep on the day. It's Mitchell Fruth taking the win for Engel Electric, Crazy J's Bar and Grill, GM Drilling, and 213parts.com. In the battle for the Ditchbanger triples class, side by side at the checkered flag, slight advantage. I believe that was the 18 of Robert Allendike taking the win on the outside.
Allendike got him. Sonnabend tried to cross over and go down to the inside. Just didn't quite work out for him, but that was a fun battle to watch in that 2-racer shootout for the W in the triples class.
Well, folks, it's all come down to this. And it looks like we have one racer who has showed up
in the start gate.
It looks like that might be the 248 of Garrett Keel in the WSAX Open class. The 282 of Ryan Brown, 731 of Jagger Cordes, no-shows. And in the WSAX 440 class, the 726 of Lucas Holicky, currently a no-show. Final race of the day, potentially.
Yeah, Garrett Keel, Ryan Brown, and Jaeger Cordes, we're looking for you in the start line. No, I'm sorry. Garrett Keel is in the start line. We're looking for Lucas Holicky, Ryan Brown, and Jaeger Cordes.
Seeing if we might be able to get at least one of our other racers up here for a little mano-a-mano 1v1 battle to finish off the day in round number 6 of the 2026 Sunday Funday racing season.
While we wait to see how this final race is going to develop, whether or not we run it with just one sled here to turn a lap or two, or if we're going to get some other competitors, quick reminder that we will be back for rounds 7 and 8 of X Racing's Sunday Funday series on February 6th and 7th, coming your way from Brainerd, where we will make our first visit to the facility up there, the northwest corner of Minnesota. We will be back to Steeplechase Ski Resort for rounds 9 and 10 on February 21st and 22nd, and then we will wrap up this season on February 28th and March 1st back up in Brainerd. We've got one more sled to the line, so it's going to be a two-rider shootout, the 248 of Garrett Keel
and the 726 of Lucas Hollicky. Both of these racers racing their own separate classes. So no matter what, both guaranteed a feature race win, but one of them still wants to be the overall race winner. And right now it's the 248 of Garrett Keel out front alone.
Wow, what a start by Keel. Keel just rocketed off the line. Hollicky was in attack position, just couldn't quite get the bite, couldn't quite get that sled up to speed, and gave up a lot of ground there just on the start, just getting out of the start gate. So right now the running order is Garrett Keel on the 248, your race leader, with Lucas Hollicky giving chase on the 726.
And man, with that open track ahead of him, Keel is doing a solid job pulling away as fast as possible. Hollicky holding on strong for second overall, leading that 440 improved class as Hollicky puts his first lap into the books.
Yeah, that does not look like the Lucas Hollicky that we've seen in prior races. I'm not sure if he's experiencing sled issues or not, just didn't quite feel like it or look like it was up to speed there.
I believe something might be going on. It could have been in my imagination, but going up over that start-finish line jump, I swear I saw him look at the flagman and just shake his head. Yeah. Not sure if it's a electrical issue, a problem with the sled itself, maybe wasn't prepared, why he was showing up late. Not sure what's going on there, but out front it is all Garrett Keel leading the charge.
There's Hollicky at the end of the front straightaway, headed into the first turn. We have seen Lucas have some strong runs here at Steeplechase through the first 6 rounds. Technically, he's still leading his class right now. Unfortunately, just not able to keep up with Garrett Keel on the 248. Garrett's out there looking smooth and comfortable.
Nice, solid race. Keel probably expected he might not even be able to run this as a solo racer, so happy to be out on the track, getting some nice air, jumping off that black diamond drop as he makes his way into the West End High Banks. White flag is in his sights. One more lap to go for Garrett Keel.
This final lap is going to wrap up round number 6 of X Racing's Sunday Funday program at Steeplechase Ski Resort here in Mazeppa, Minnesota, as Lucas Hollicky also crosses the line, taking the white flag. Final trip around the modified oval. There you see our race leader taking that right-hander onto the back straightaway proper. Final trip into the West End High Banks, and it will be Garrett Keel on the 248 winning the WSA X Open class, the 90-03 trail sled.
Taking the checkers for Keel Farms, Myers Polaris, and Kunin Racing. Garrett Keel across the line in the top spot. Right behind him for North Central International, JT's Bar and Grill, CSI of Maple Grove, Minnesota. It's Lucas Hollicky, second place overall with the win in the WSA X 440 improved class. And just like that, we have officially completed our final race for round number 6 of the 2025-2026 Sunday Funday racing season. As a quick reminder, we will see you all again in just a couple weeks, slightly different, new day, new place, but Friday, February 6th, we will be racing in Brainerd International Raceway, everything an hour later than our typical Saturday races, so it'll be 3 p.m. gate and registration open, 5:15 p.m. riders meeting, 6 p.m. practice, and 6:45 p.m. heat races at Brainerd for a nice doubleheader weekend, Friday, February 6th and Saturday, February 7th. On behalf of Dan Bailey and Matt Bowl here at MBTV Sports and the whole crew at X Racing, I'd like to thank you all for coming out here today. My name is Zach Bailey. I look forward to seeing you guys in just a couple weeks at Brainerd International Raceway. Good night, everybody.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bowl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Ready to make a splash this summer? Grab your friends and head to River's Edge on the scenic Apple River. Whether you're looking to float the day away, camp under the stars, or catch live music and weekend events, River's Edge has everything you need for an unforgettable time. Book your tube, campsite, or party package now. River's Edge on the Apple River. Your summer starts here.